Good morning, everyone. The May 6th, 2020 virtual meeting of the County Council is now in session. This morning, we will hear from a handful of departments regarding the proposed FY21 budget. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Pruski?
Here.
Ms. Fiedler?
Present.
Ms. Rodvian?
Present.
Ms. Hare?
Present.
Ms. Lacey?
Present.
Mr. Volkey?
Present.
Ms. Pickard?
Present.
Madam Auditor is not present at the moment. I'm sure she will be joining us shortly.
Thank you. Please pause for the invocation led by Ms. Lacey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, I just ask everyone to take a moment of reflection or pray if you wish. Today, I'm going to pray according to my faith. God, I ask you this morning for your grace and your wisdom to be poured over us. We listen to many requests, among which we have to discern what to do, which is our most important job, but we can't do it without your help and giving us clarity, discernment, the ability to really listen to each other and to be always mindful that we are after the same goal, to pass a budget that will benefit the entire county. That's to do our job. Help us to do it well and with courage. Amen.
The Pledge of Allegiance led by Ms. Fiedler.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the Open Meetings Act statement this morning.
The County Attorney has asked that I read the following statement. The Maryland Open Meetings Act, a state law, requires public meetings to be open to the public and to be held in places reasonably accessible to individuals who would like to attend those meetings. General Provisions, Article Section 3-102C. The virtual format of this meeting of the County Council is due to the COVID-19 emergency and is necessary in light of the serious health risks associated with public gatherings, as well as the governor's various executive orders limiting public gatherings. While a virtual meeting of this type was not envisioned by the Open Meetings Act, steps have been taken to ensure that this virtual meeting includes alternate accessibility features that the Open Meetings Act Compliance Board and the courts have viewed and approved, such as having a call-in phone number that allows anyone with a telephone to call and listen to the meeting, broadcasting the meeting with video and audio on cable TV and on the web, and allowing written public comments to the legislation to be filed with the clerk and considered by the council. The County Office of Law has opined that the public access provided by this technology makes this virtual meeting reasonably accessible to the public and therefore complies with the Open Meetings Act.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Is there any item any council member would like to place on the agenda this morning? Seeing none, because this is a virtual meeting, we cannot provide reasonable seating facilities for the public or the news media, and we cannot physically be located in Annapolis, the county seat. May I have a motion to suspend Rules 3-103 relating to the location of meetings, 3-105 relating to reasonable seating facilities for the public, and 3-106 relating to the reasonable seating facilities for the news media?
Lacey, so moved.
May I have a second?
Pruski, second.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacey?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The motion to suspend Rules 3-103, 3-105, and 3-106 is passed.
Thank you. We will begin today's presentations with the Anne Arundel County Community College. All presenters, please remember to introduce yourself and continue to identify yourself before speaking each time. I believe we'll take a minute to bring in Dr. Lindsay and others from the community college at this time. Good morning, Dr. Lindsay. Are you making the presentation this morning? Oh, there's Melissa.
Dr. Lindsay, you are muted right now. You need to mute.
Thank you.
Good
Good
morning.
morning. Yes, I'll be doing it with Vice President Beardmore
Good
on behalf
morning.
of the college.
You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Pickard and members of our County Council. I want to thank you for your commitment and the work that you're providing for the college and our community. I would like to acknowledge the work of the County Executive for a very, very transparent process and appreciate the relationship our college has with all of our elected officials. I would like to thank our Board of Trustees for their constant leadership and support. And I have to also share that I have much respect for my executive team, Vice President Gavin, Vice President Beardmore, and Vice President Patterson. Truly, there's no other team I would want to be facing these challenges with than the ones I have the opportunity to work with now. I'd also like to give specific acknowledgement to Vice President Beardmore, Andrew Little, and Sue Callahan for their expertise. Our fiscal responsibility and reputation budgeting is due to their leadership. I understand that brevity is important for our presentations today, so we are very happy to honor that request and will provide with a very high overview of our budget. For fiscal year 2021, we spent 10 months building a budget that the Board of Trustees approved in February in support of the college's strategic plan aimed at greater student success and completion. We all know that the impact of COVID-19 has had on the county, the state, and the country since February. This college has been significantly impacted as well. Arundel Community College made an early decision to convert all of our spring classes and support services online for the balance of the spring semester to ensure the health and safety of our college community. We have since made the decision to offer all summer and fall courses entirely online, as we still know there are many unknowns about our future. Though we have offered online courses since the 1990s, the majority of our classes historically have been offered face-to-face. We have managed to convert all of our remaining courses, along with admissions, advising, financial aid, tutoring, and the balance of our workforce online in a matter of weeks. That was through tremendous collaboration of our workforce. As you would expect, the board-approved budget has been impacted considerably as a result of the fiscal challenges we are currently facing. We will share our board-approved budget so that you are aware of what we submitted to the county on March the 1st. We expect that the county's FY 2021 budget will be an iterative process. What the board passed is different from what the county will approve. And as you will see, there will likely be more changes in response to state funding adjustments and anticipated enrollment changes. When COVID hit, we were finalizing an exciting new strategic plan that would carry us forward for the next few years. With COVID-19, the lens that we look through is different, but the vision of success for our students, rooted in completion and equity, remains. These priorities have been reinforced as our community responds to COVID-19, especially expanding health professions programming and our critical information technology needs that we rely on to support our online delivery of courses and service. This means and timing of what we offer may differ, but the quality of the education remains rigorous and our commitment to success unwavering. Today's presentation represents our best thinking around what we know and what we are planning as we move into an uncertain future. Next slide. Under the leadership of Dr. Felicia Patterson, the college activated our emergency management team in February. We began communicating with the college community by the end of February. The safety of our workforce, the community as a whole, was our main priority while we complied with state and county laws. Balancing safety with the college's mission of educating and assisting our students attain their goals to continue contributing to the county's economy. I'm now on slide 3. Are we getting there?
I'm trying to advance, but it is not.
I'm going to continue to talk while Vice President Beardmore. There we go. Slide 3. I did slide 2, Melissa. There we go. Thank you. There were many iterations of our response as the governor issued his executive orders. Currently, all of our classes are online for summer and for fall, and we are hoping that the last 8 weeks of our fall session, beginning October the 26th, we may have some in-person components. We have migrated all of our student support services remotely, including all admissions, student services, tutoring, and supplemental instruction, and the library. To assist our students in their online learning, we have arranged for loaner laptops that are shipped directly to them to avoid the need to come to campus. Wherever possible, the college community is providing similar support services in the remote environments as we were available on campus, including shipping food from our campus pantry to students every Wednesday. We continue to review our academic and operating policies to accommodate students, including the option to select a pass-fail grade in lieu of a letter grade. And we continue to evaluate the Federal CARES Act funding for assistance for students, also to support the transition to online learning for our college. Next slide. The bulk of our financial impact of COVID on the college is apparent for fiscal year 2021. This is because the virus hit when the bulk of our enrollments were locked in for spring. We have frozen most spending and have a hiring freeze in place, with only a few exceptions where positions are required for accreditation or compliance. The main impact is increased unemployment costs that are impacting both FY20 and FY21. Currently, summer enrollment is trending down versus last year, but it's beginning to pick up over the last few days. People who are wanting to attain their educational goals in a face-to-face manner are struggling with the online format. We recognize that and are providing as much assistance as possible. I'll turn it over to Melissa.
So we're on slide 5. Thank you. So we spend about 10 months developing our budget submission for the county. We use an inclusive process in the spirit of shared governance that involves input from the entire college community. Our board budget committee further vets that budget request. In February, we hold a half-day budget workshop with our full board, and then board approval occurs at the end of February. We'd like to start today with a quick overview of that board-approved budget that was approved before COVID-19 hit, and acknowledge that we fully and completely understand and appreciate the fiscal pressures that the county faces, and understand that the county executive could not fund our request. We'd still like to take a few minutes to tell you our budget story. And it's Melissa Beardmore, by the way. I'm on slide 6 now. The board-approved budget that was submitted to the county executive on March 1st was modified slightly after they approved it to reflect currently known information about state funding. We received an increase in state funding beyond what the board expected, and right before the Maryland General Assembly abruptly adjourned. We took that increased state funding. We did not increase expenses with it. We advised the county budget office that they should use those funds to offset or reduce our tuition and fee revenue as a contingency to account for potential unknown impact of COVID-19 on the college's enrollment. Overall, the budget that was submitted, as you see on this slide, to the county executive provided for increased state funding, tuition and fees revenue, as I just described, and then a request for $4 million increase in funds from the county. Now I'm on slide 7. Thank you. Once the county executive had our budget request on March 1st, the impact of COVID-19 was becoming more and more significant to our state, our county, and our country. The board approved budget provided for a pool of funds for faculty and staff raises, and that's consistent with our market-based compensation plan that we've talked to you about previously. It also provided a rate increase or an increase for our part-time or adjunct faculty, along with a new level to allow adjunct a new higher rate to progress towards. We had funds for much needed technology upgrades and funding for a student financial aid position. And more critical to the times that we're living in, the board approved budget also included funding for the expansion of our nursing program that would allow us to double enrollment. The hospitals are eager for our graduates. They were previous to COVID, and certainly now in these current times. We actually have a letter from Arundel Medical Center from back in November emphasizing the workforce shortages in the nursing program and explaining how they are desperate for our graduates. To balance the county executive's funding reduction, and as indicated in red on this slide, we've eliminated all of these new items that were approved in that board budget. Next slide, slide 8. So as described previously, the revenues within the board approved budget included an increase in state funding of over $4 million, but as I described previously, half of which we used to offset tuition and fees revenue in anticipation of a potential decline as a result of the COVID-19. Given the state's fiscal situation and comments the governor has made recently, we know that increase is in danger of being rescinded or pulled back in the coming months. It could even happen as we get into the fiscal year. That's happened during previous fiscal challenges. We built a tuition rate increase into our budget. It's the max allowed under the state law for per credit hour in county. It's a $4 rate increase. And while our enrollment generally tends to trend upward during a recession, the impact of COVID-19 obviously is unprecedented and really, really difficult for us to estimate. To balance out our request and to provide funding for all the priorities described in the last slide, the board had requested an increase in county funding of $4 million. And we certainly understand and appreciate the county's fiscal situation. The budget that was submitted to you by the county executive for approval does not include any new funding for the college. And we'll share with you that, that in future slides, that what cost that comes to the college. I'm on slide 9. So this slide summarizes the key attributes of our budget, the impact of the county executive's budget and that funding reduction. Again, we've eliminated any pay increases for our faculty and staff. We've balanced our budget also by increasing the budgeted amount of savings from vacant positions. It's called turnover. We actually budget that, and we will hold more positions vacant for longer in order to save money. We basically have a hiring freeze similar to the county. Only absolutely critical positions, vacancies will be funded if it's required for accreditation, for example, programmatic accreditation in the health professions, or is required for compliance. The county shared that they will not implement a health insurance rate increase. We did have a 2.5% rate increase budgeted, so if there are good cuts, that's a good elimination. Really, what has happened is we've created an additional challenge that our budget must remain balanced and account for the reduced revenue from the county versus what was approved by the board. We have increasing unemployment costs that are very difficult to estimate. We get our bills months after, very, very late in the process. And those unemployment costs, in addition to being difficult to estimate, are unplanned expenditures related to COVID-19. We are extremely grateful that the county executive's budget will provide funding for the college's share of retiree benefits costs, almost $2.7 million, we believe, and that would be transferred into the retiree benefits trust on the college's behalf. Slide 10. Thank you. This slide compares what the board approved to what the county executive's budget was able to fund. We've applied the reductions that I just explained across our expenditure categories, highlighted in yellow on the right-hand side, but across the bottom of the slide. The major reduction, again, as I shared previously, is related to the elimination of pay increases for faculty and staff. The good news is, you can't really see it there at the bottom, but it is a balanced budget, and we'll continue our important work supporting students' goals with the funding that we do have available. You may have a question about this. We're planning to maximize the Federal CARES Act funding that's coming to the college to ensure that we are both supporting students while complying with the ever-evolving regulations associated with those funds. It seems like we develop a plan, and then the next day there are new change regulations that we then have to redevelop our plans or look at our plans again. But We have both a pot of funds for students, restricted to students, then we have another pot of funds that come to support the institution. This budget reflects what we currently know, and we continue to build scenarios to plan for what is possible in the months ahead. Unlike previous years, where when the county strikes the budget is final, we're really viewing this budget as iterative. It's possible that you may see us again in the future asking for approval to realign resources, again, in those categories, the expenditures by program categories at the bottom of the screen via a first or second quarter transfer bill as enrollment evolves, as we could see state funding changes and unemployment expenses are realized. The next slide, please, slide 11. So now that we've provided an overview of what the college's budget currently looks like, we'd like to take a moment to help you understand an important request that we will make today. As background before the president makes that request, we'd like to share with you this chart that compares compensation adjustments provided to the college, county non-represented employees, teachers, and the library. You'll notice that the college's pool of funds over the years presented have lagged the other groups. We've been very fiscally conscious and taken the directive seriously over the past few years that we've received from the county. And we've shared with you in the past, we have created a new compensation system. It's actually was developed by our employees that is market-based, it's fiscally responsible, and it helps to address salary compression. However, the pools of funds that we have received had not allowed us to fully maintain that market-based system. Further, with the one-time payments provided to the library and non-represented employees, we now have, in fiscal 21, we now have what we see as an equity issue that is very difficult to explain to our board and to our employees. Again, we fully appreciate the county is experiencing fiscal challenges. However, we feel that leaving out a major partner in the compensation plan is disappointing. Even more challenging to explain when under previous administrations and councils, when the college had sufficient resources, sufficient tuition revenue to fund a pay increase. This was during the last recession, and the impact was in fiscal 12. We were actually forced by the county to remove a pay increase that, and further, that we had funding through tuition and fees. Further, we were required to enact furloughs for our employees, and the justification was an equity one. We were told that if the county employees were feeling pain during that recession, again, our enrollment tends to boom during a recession, so we had the tuition and fees revenue available to provide those compensation increases, but the justification was that if the county employees were feeling pain, then the college employees should too. So now we're asking for equitable treatment, as the president will explain on the next slide, slide 12.
Hi, this is Dawn Lindsay. The request that we have is on your screen. We're actually asking for the restoration of $1.4 million to the college for one-time pay packages for our employees. As you know, Arundel Community College is an innovative college with a national reputation for quality and rigor. This requires us to attract and retain an incredible workforce. It is our college that educates and trains the community. We are collaborative partners, and we work hard to meet the needs of our county employers, people that are needing training for their employees and looking for a new workforce. We've evidenced this year by embarking on our first capital campaign through our foundation for the Jim and Janet Clausen Center for Innovation and Skilled Trades. And just last week, actually, we were partnering with the county to look at student volunteers to help with the county health department's work on contract training. As Melissa just shared, the number of people our college educates, which is over 40,000, and the number of our employees, which is close to 2,000, we really are challenged to explain a zero compensation package based on their expertise, commitment, and passion for serving the county and educating our citizens. Melissa?
So we're on slide 13, again, Melissa Beardmore. So as a kind of a footnote to our operating budget, I mentioned that we are doing some scenario planning into the future, and this includes possible additional reductions from the state. The good news is the limits within the CARES Act could impact the reductions that we eventually receive at a little over $5 million. So similar to what we already have in place, we can implement a spending freeze on all currently budgeted categories, non-discretionary, all discretionary accounts in order to accommodate this reduction. And I'm not sure if you want us to continue to the operating budget and then take questions, or pause here. That completes our operating budget presentation, if you will. And then we have just a few slides on capital. I can go with a head nod, Madam Chair, if you want me to just continue.
Why don't we continue through the entire presentation? We'll end with questions. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. So I'm on slide 14. We're going to do a quick overview of our capital budget. Again, Melissa Beermore. On slide 15, thank you. Slide 15 provides an overview of what the board approved and then what the county executive was able to fund. His eliminations are shown in red and strike through. We're extremely appreciative that the county executive was continuing to fund our health and life sciences building project. This last year of funding in fiscal 21 will complete the construction of the facility and equip the facility, scheduled to open in August of 21. Further, we are extremely grateful for the out-year funding for two other critical projects. There are line items 3 and 4 on this chart. The Dragon building, that's our current science building, renovation and addition, and then a smaller renovation to the Florestano building, which it will be vacated when the health programs move into the new building. Before COVID hit, we were conducting an update to our facilities master plan to reflect our current enrollments and to update the planning around future projects to align with the county's funding, especially in those out years. So we'll pick that back up as soon as possible. We are disappointed that the deferred maintenance projects in that FY21 column, the 3 deferred maintenance projects, weren't funded. That's shown in lines 8, 9, and 11. I give our team a lot of credit. We've done, I think, a noble job managing our deferred maintenance backlog of about $8 million, but we really need those funds to continue down that path. And I'll share with you what we are requesting an add back of one of those projects in a subsequent slide. On slide 16, we just show a rendering of the design of our health and life sciences building. Slide 16, Laura. Thank you. Again, extremely grateful that the county continues to fund what we consider a transformational project for our college community and for our county. Now more than ever, we certainly know the importance of healthcare workers, and the labs in this building will provide state-of-the-art, really important hands-on learning for the future healthcare workers in our county. The project remains on schedule and on budget, and we continue to monitor the situation as potential impact. We don't have any major impacts in the critical path of the building right now, but we know the potential impact of COVID-19 on those folks who are constructing this building could be a concern in the future. So the next slide, on slide 17, is our second request. We respectfully request that the County Council consider restoration of one of those deferred maintenance projects in our capital budget, our IT capital project. Certainly now is not the time to skip investments in technology, especially those that impact security and reliability. Our technology capital project would fund critical infrastructure projects that we have deferred for far too long. If this project is not funded, then it would impact the security and reliability of our technology infrastructure, primarily in 2 areas: data communications equipment, for which are reaching the end of their service life, and fiber infrastructure. And that completes our presentation.
This is Dawn. I would just like to conclude by thanking you on behalf of the Communities College for your time and your commitment and your support. It really has been a pleasure working with all of you, as well as getting to know all of you much better through our individual and one-on-one meetings. We continue to be a collaborative partner with the county. We do appreciate the support, and we thank you for your consideration with our requests.
Thank you. I am sure my colleagues have a handful of questions. I see Mr. Pruski has a question. Mr. Volk, Mr. Pruski, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Councilman Andrew Pruski. Thank both of you for certainly in this different and difficult time. My question is really brief. I asked the same thing of the Anne Arundel County Board of Education. If you were to redo this budget now, is there any other priorities that you would have us look at? And I want to be clear, I think colleges are a little more prepared for online learning than our K-12 folks are. But I just want maybe one of you to address that question that has there been any state request or from our end to make sure that you're prepared for online learning? Because most likely that's where we're headed. So if you just address that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
This is Dawn. I can start. Certainly, online learning is going to be the format that we're utilizing for summer and into fall. So all of our instruction until at least October the 26th is going to be online. So the technology support is critical for the delivery of our services to our students. I would maintain that that's still a very high priority. Melissa?
I think that's absolutely true. We were very well prepared for, the modality of online learning. For fall, the stakes are a little higher. For spring, we flipped the switch quickly, and we had, maybe a month or so of continuing in the online environment. We really feel pressure to ensure that we have rigorous and robust online learning for the fall. So that's what we really look for the gift of time, which we know you can't give us, to ensure that our faculty can bring up programs and classes that were designed to be primarily in person into that online environment. I would say, we're in very good shape. We've extremely dedicated faculty who are trying to ensure that our programs and our students have a wonderful experience in the fall in that environment. I would just reiterate, in terms of fiscal, that we respectfully request the two asks that we made. That is the restoration of $1.4 million for those, so that the college can participate in the one-time payments that the college and that the county non-reps and the library is receiving, and then the restoration of the IT capital project.
Thank you.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Thank you all for being here and for your presentation. As always, excellent. My question would be this: in both the capital and the operating budget, I understand the request that you're making for these additional funds to be restored. And so in looking at the budget, what I'm trying to understand is where, if we keep that in your budget, as opposed to going outside of what the county exec has proposed for you all, where would we find that savings, or where would we shift that money from?
I think it's a great question, and our hope, we have to make the ask, of course. If we don't ask, we won't receive. And our hope, having had many years of experience with the skills of the county auditor's office, is that we know that they come up with a menu of some good cuts, some information changes as the budget is developed, assumptions change, and there's a plethora of cuts of which the county council can avail themselves to reallocate to other priorities. And then we understand the county council that also has to make the very tough policy level decisions in terms of what other reductions you would have to make in order to fund our request. So we certainly appreciate the challenge that you have, and we struggled with making the request, understanding that you have a very difficult job and these are unprecedented times. But we also wanted to, on behalf of our college employees, to make the request.
Thank you. So a quick follow-up then, I guess, on the operating side. We'll really have two follow-ups, but I may only be allowed to ask one, and I may have to come back. But institutional support on page 10, that was increased, and you might have said why that was increased, but I'm not sure I caught that. that went from an original request from the board of 20.2, and it was funded by the county exec at 22.3. What was that increase?
Great question. Good pickup there. That's primarily our unemployment expenses that we talked about. That's the category where those expenses are posted.
Okay.
Driving that. Great
So
question.
the COVID-19 situation has increased those a lot.
Yes.
Got it.
Absolutely.
Okay. Madam Chair, may I ask one final follow-up, and then I won't ask any more questions on this one?
For this morning, yes.
On the capital side, with the Health and Life Sciences building, obviously all of that funding is supposed to happen in FY21. What prospect, if any, is there that you're going to spend all that money in FY21? Is there any option that that money may not entirely be spent in FY21, and thereby shifting a little bit of it to next year, we might be able to find a way to get you those IT enhancements?
Another really great question. Our expectation is that we will spend all of those funds.
Okay.
That's what our estimates look like right now. We're still fleshing out the FF&E portion, furniture, fixtures, and equipment portion, but it's looking like we actually have a needs list that exceeds the funding. We're going to look to our foundation, who's a wonderful partner of ours, as mentioned on the Clausen Skilled Trades building, but also for the needs of this facility for additional equipment and supplies, we're going to be looking to our foundation to help us with that. So our expectation is that we will spend all of that money. That's
Okay.
great.
Thank you.
Ms. Lacy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, and thank you all for being here, of course. Lovely to see you. My question is about the nursing program expansion. I am wondering whether this is a piece, it seems like, excuse me, that we really need this. We would be being able to continue with that as an important goal of AACC. I'm wondering both, how much did you ask the county executive for? And what are the possibilities that if we could restore, I'm assuming it was a lot, I don't know. But let's just say we could restore some. Is that feasible for this program? Or is it more important that you have certainty in being able to fund all that you feel that you need to expand the program at one time? Can you give us some advice in that area?
So you all are asking really great questions. It's a really important question and not one that we took lightly. We talked quite a bit internally and with our board and our board budget committee about what our ask to the county council would be in terms of restoration. And we really felt like the 1.4 million that we requested is our priority. Our workforce, as you saw in that little chart on one of the slides, has been a little bit left behind in terms of comparisons with other groups in the county. And, we're relying on them now more than ever to continue the important work of the college and to ensure our students complete their goals and move to a four-year institution or get out into the workforce. So we really feel like that is our priority. That being said, we talked about how our budget's going to be iterative, how there are unknowns in our budget in terms of enrollment, in terms of state funding. We have a new strategic plan that we are launching beginning July 1 that has wonderful, exciting initiatives in support of our students' success. That plan was developed pre-COVID-19, but it does align with our budget. And we will be looking into the future, again, several months out probably, at how we might find funds for that nursing program. It's not at a cost. If we find those funds, and I'm telling you, we are shaking out the couch cushions at this point, it's going to be to the detriment of other programs, other services, et cetera. And it's, to answer the easy part of your question, it's about $471,000 that we had included in the board's budget to fund that expansion. That's the new money. We've already taken, beg from Peter to pay Paul, reallocated funds within our budget. It's a model we use all the time, and we've reallocated current positions already to fund a portion. The 471 is the new cost that we had included in the board approved budget. Long answer. I hope I answered your question.
You did, but you created one more, which is what would then be a following operating cost? Are you saying where does the 471 get you? And then what would be an ongoing cost that you would see in your operating budget for that program?
The 470 are recurring costs.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Fiedler?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Amanda Fiedler, County Council. Dr. Lindsay and Ms. Beardmore, I want to thank you for always being fiscally responsible. I certainly appreciate shaking out couch cushions year to year. Just a quick question on the information technology enhancements. I don't know if it's possible to get an itemization of that. And then my follow-up question after receiving that would be, is it necessary to have each of those itemized components to whatever enhancements you're looking to do possible, or is it possible to remove some of those components and still be successful in what you're trying to do with enhancements?
We can certainly get you the breakdown. In fact, I know we owe the county auditor a lot of information that we should get to her today, and I believe some of that information is included in the responses to her. The 1.7 is really, it's two components. And I'm sorry, I don't have the breakdown in front of me. I could be rude and turn to my screen and pull up some, but I think it's better in the interest of time to send that to you separately, and we can do that later today. It's the data communication switch replacement. That's a big project. And then the other piece is the fiber infrastructure enhancement. So we can certainly provide that later today for you.
Thank you.
So I'm not seeing any other questions from my colleagues at this time, probably because you've done a very thorough job. I appreciate your hard work, and these are extraordinary times, so we have extraordinary work ahead of us. And this is day 2 of budget review. So thank you very, very much for your time this morning. We're going to transition to our next budget presentation. So we're going to say goodbye to the community college. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. As we transition the community college, we're going to be getting ready for the libraries. So as our IT support is bringing them forward, we'll pause.
Madam Chair, I believe Mr. Ald and his additional 2 presenters are on board. And if there are many board members in the waiting room, so if Mr. Ald needs them when questions come along, he can ask for them to be brought forward.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Ald from the Arundel County Public Libraries. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pickard. It's very nice to see all of you. We've all been a little bit lonely the last couple of months and not seeing one another so much, so it's great to see you. I want to first tell you who is on the call, and then I'm going to turn it over to our board chair, Will Calhoun. Will is with us, as is Deirdre Hendrick. She is treasurer and chair of our budget committee. And then kind of waiting in the wings if you have questions that I want to ask them to shed light on. I've got Scott Sedmack, our Chief Financial Officer, Rudy Rodella, Chief of Support Services, Kathy Hollerback, Chief of Public Services and Branch Management, Christine Feldman, Marketing and Communications Manager, and Glenn, Executive Director of the AACPL Foundation, and Coven Roundtree, Chief of Human Resources. So that's our executive leadership team. With that, I would like to turn it over to Will. So let's do that.
Good morning, County Council. Appreciate the opportunity to talk on behalf of the Anne Arundel County Board of
Excuse me,
Trustees.
Madam Chair, I must interrupt. Sorry, Bill, your audio is very faint.
Okay. I'll try and talk louder. Apologize.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the County Council. Will Calhoun, Chair of the Anne Arundel County Board of Trustees. I just want to very briefly thank the County Council and the County Executive for being a great partner. I realize these are going to be tough times. You've worked with us in the past. Through the County Council and County Executive support, we're recently able to open Discovery's Library in the mall, obviously closed right now, like all our branches. I just want to add one last thing before I go. In addition to that support, please remember that libraries are just not places that contain books. They're education centers, they're community centers. Folks in the community rely on us for internet access, rely on us for job assistance, job search assistance. And as we reopen, we're really looking forward to helping the citizens of Anne Arundel County. And hopefully with your assistance as well, we can provide greater access for those folks and help return folks in Anne Arundel County to work. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I'll pass it back to Skip.
Thank you, Will. So I believe I have a presentation. Do I need to click share screen or will you? Looks like Laura Corby is doing that for us. Great. Okay. Okay, everyone. So again, thank you so much. What I want to do is to go through a presentation. We've made it just to give you some background on services that you're very aware of, and also to inform you on how we are providing services during this first phase of this pandemic. Let you know a little bit about what our plans are for reopening and so on. So with that, well. There we go. Okay. So these are some of the services that we're offering. If you've been using the library the past couple of months, you've been doing it pretty much exclusively through virtual services because our doors are closed and we are in weekly, sometimes bi-weekly communication with Dr. Kalyana Raman about his expectation for the course of this pandemic. And when he sees that we might be able to ease things, we decided that we would bring staff back in June 1st and open our libraries on June the 8th. Currently, we're considering having our opening of the library on June 8th with curbside service only to start with. But all this is subject to the governor's orders as well as our constant talk with Dalesh Kalyana Raman. Okay, next slide. Again, this is what it looks like when we actually have people in the libraries. I think this one on the left, if I'm not mistaken, that is when we opened Discoveries back in February. Little did we know we were going to just have a few weeks of the new Discoveries at Westfield Annapolis Mall. It was a great opening day, and we hope to be able to do that kind of thing again soon. But with social distancing and masks and everything else, we know we're not going to be doing programs in the libraries or having meetings until at least September, even if we open in June. And also, when we have programs in September, it's likely to be limited. Our understanding is it could be at least a year or two of social distancing, wearing masks as the world works diligently to get a vaccine, and as we all build up immunities, as so many of us are getting this disease. At any rate, this is what we are known for in many ways is the programs. And I want to tell you a little bit more about some of the other things. Next slide. So here you see some of what we've been doing. We've been doing daily programs through Facebook Live. Hundreds, really thousands of people are coming to those programs with their young children. So though they happen every day, I think it's toddler time or bilingual story time, depending on the day. At 10:30 a.m., we have STEM activities each day. Friday evenings, we have a movie discussion, and that's been pretty well attended. The movie discussion you see in the lower left of this slide, that just shows Andy Wolverton over at Severna Park Library is a real film aficionado and has led people through classic films. Next slide, please. For some reason, I'm not having the ability to control the screen. Can we go to the next slide? There we go. Again, you've seen these performance numbers year after year. It's been very steady. It's taking a huge hit this year. And so these numbers will definitely drop for fiscal 20 and probably 21 as well as we recover and as we adjust our services. So we'll be perhaps showing you different numbers in the future in terms of our virtual programming. There are really hundreds of thousands of people using the library. You can see 60% of county residents have a library card. And last time I checked, this isn't on this metric, but it was right around 40% of customers actively use the library within any given 12-month period. So that's 40% of a population of nearly 600,000 people in this county. Next slide, please. Okay, so I wanted to just talk about our revenue. We obviously depend almost completely on the county and the state for practically all of our revenue. It's about 86% of our funding comes from the county, as you can see here. And another, I believe it's 9% come from the state. We have self-generated revenues from such things as the Laurel Racetrack funds and Maryland Live funds, and as well as library fines, which in addition to our library fines just generally dropping because so many more people are using digital materials that don't accrue a library fine, we also were able to get funding through your generosity this past year to eliminate fines for children and teens. And so that also is cutting into this year's revenue. We'll see probably our expected revenue from fines this year is going to be even less than was budgeted because we have waived all library fines during this period that were closed for the pandemic. Next slide, please. This slide shows you our expenditures, and the bulk of it, 3/4 of our expenditures go toward library salaries, and not only in terms of the financial impact, but in terms of what our staff provide. Our staff are by far our most valuable resources. Working with customers, we've had dozens and dozens of staff who have stepped forward to do virtual programming. Stephanie Petruso is our virtual services manager, and she has led an effort to really completely pivot and revamp the way we provide services over the past couple of months. But our staff are really the most valuable part of our operation. The red $5 million there, that's for materials, and materials meaning books, DVDs, CDs, e-books, e-audio, launch pads, all the many types of formats that we have for providing information to people. So that what you see there is the heart and soul of our library. And obviously we spend money on some other things, capital outlay and so on, but that's really the bulk of it. Next slide, please. Okay, this details the proposed operating budget that the county executive shared with you on May 1st. And so I think one of the best things that I can say about this, which we are really happy about, is that there was no cut to salaries. There were no furloughs at the beginning of the year. We don't know what will happen as the year moves along. I know the county will be monitoring revenues all this coming fiscal year, but the fact there were no furloughs, the fact that there's the one-time bonus payment of $1,500 to each employee, that's tremendous. We really, really value that. It obviously helps our lowest paid employees as equally in terms of dollars to our highest paid employees, but it really makes a major impact on the lives of our lower paid employees. So we very much appreciate that. I've already talked about these numbers in the pie chart. So let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so really the main new proposals that that you all funded this past year in the CIP are still there in the same year. So the new Glen Burnie Library is there in FY24, and so personally, I'm counting the days until July 1st of 2023 when we can get the green light to go ahead and start selecting an architect and start designing that new library. That's going to be one of the greatest libraries in our county, and it will be the same size as the Annapolis Library, which we are going to be opening, we hope, soon. Repair and renovation funding has been steady at $350,000 per year. That is extremely valuable. I believe this coming year, we're looking at significant renovations at Severna Park and Broadneck libraries, but these funds also help us with a number of other projects each year. Next slide. So we wanted to end with our staff. Your AACPL friends miss you, and I can't read that one on the right because my face is in the way of it. We look forward to seeing you soon. Stay inside, keep washing your hands, and please be safe. This is our staff. Missing everyone tremendously, but very, very anxious to get back to seeing people in person as soon as we can, and providing additional services as as things go. I will mention that yesterday, for the first time since we closed our libraries, I was able to see about 15 or 20 of our staff. Actually, about 30 came to our headquarters yesterday to pick up flyers that we are distributing on educating at home. We've worked with Dr. Kay Augusta Brown and all of the Health and Human Services directors. Pam Jordan in particular at Aging and Disabilities had the idea of getting information to people who are in the greatest need. As you know, the schools are doing everything they can to close this digital divide, which has gaped open with telelearning and all of that. So what we are doing is distributing to every meal distribution site, every senior center, these flyers that are printed, and on the front, just 5 simple places people can go to work to work on how to do all the different things people need, how to get homework help, how to connect with tutors and all that. And this flyer is in both English on one side and Spanish on the other side. So our staff, starting today on through Monday, are going to be getting those flyers out to people at those sites. So the meals will come, and then will be another stop as the cars drive by in fully protected masks and gloves and everything while we hand that out. So I miss our staff. We as a library system miss our community and our customers. And I think with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Auld. I'm sure there's a question or two from my colleagues. I see Ms. Rodvian has a question. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is maybe a little off topic, so you may not have an answer right away, but I recall that the libraries have mobile hotspots that they're able to loan out. Have you been able to deploy those during the closure of your physical buildings?
Yes, this is Skip Auld. Yes, Ms. Rodvian, they are out. Pretty much when we closed, they were out, and we have not been getting them back in to recirculate them to other users. We also have not expanded our supply of them. We got those funded through grants that came in through our Library Foundation. And we are also in discussion with Maisha Gillens at the school system about what we can do to try to at least advise on the purchasing. I believe it's around $300 or $400 a year for the data plans. That's the biggest cost of these hotspots. But the other thing that we are doing is expanding Wi-Fi access in our parking lots. Some of our parking lots had pretty good Wi-Fi access, but not great. And so we've just about completed the contract, or maybe have completed the contract. So we'll start with 5 of our libraries, get the Wi-Fi added there, and then another 5, and we'll complete it. And at a certain point here, we will be advertising that. We didn't want to advertise and get people coming and then become frustrated, but that is a major way we see we can help with the significant problem.
Thank you so much for that answer and for the work that you're doing to help young people cross that digital divide.
Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any other questions from my colleagues for Mr. Auld or the library board? Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Auld, thank you so much to you and your board members for presenting this morning. I know this has been a new way to come before the county council. So we thank you for all your hard work and patience in presenting this morning. Well done.
Thank you, Ms. Pickard, and we appreciate that. And I guess we'll see you in the coming weeks.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
We're going to take a moment as we move through our presenters today, saying goodbye to the library and saying hello to the police department. So we'll take a moment as we bring Chief Altamari forward. Okay. Good morning, Chief. You're on mute. I see from my screen that you're no longer muted. So can we hear you? I can. You're going to need to speak up a little bit because you're a little far from the microphone, I assume.
Yes, ma'am.
Please take a moment to introduce yourself and those with you. Okay, sir? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Madam Chair and ladies and gentlemen of the council. Tim Altamari, the Chief of Police for Arundel County here. To my immediate left is Henry Farrell, who is...
Madam Chair, unfortunately, I need to interrupt. People are having a very hard time hearing the chief, unfortunately.
Well, I think I was successful in increasing my own volume on my computer. And
it will also be difficult for anyone watching this in live stream or broadcast, unfortunately.
Okay.
Is there any way we can bring a microphone closer to the chief?
Working on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
It'll move the video.
Yeah, but what are we going to do? We'll have to move closer. Is that audio better, ladies and gentlemen?
It is for me. I need to check with the folks we're live streaming.
I'd like to thank Skip Old for setting the bar so high here. Now we look like we're in the Stone Ages on the police.
Oh, it's no problem. And I also wanted to take a moment to let the council know and the audience know that we have Hannah Dyer here as the police budget analyst today too, correct? Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Thank you.
That's good.
Madam Chair.
Can you hear us?
I'm going to mute the police and I'm going to try and bring them in there with a phone line here. Just bear with me a moment.
You are unmuted.
I'm also
Okay,
getting
now try.
reports from the public that the sound is fine.
Okay, so Chief, can you talk? Please do a test for us.
Yes, ma'am.
How's that?
Test.
Okay, so we now have phone for audio and video through your computer. So we have two things going. So I'm just going to continue to keep your video on mute and your phone line needs to stay open. Thank you and sorry for the interruption.
Not at all. Thank you for helping us through it. Well, good morning, Madam Chair. Tim Altamari from the Police Department here. To my immediate left is Henry Farrell, who is the manager of all things fiscal for the Police Department. We will be a bit more de minimis in our presentation than the libraries were because, frankly, I'm too dumb to get through things like that. So if you'll bear with me, we're going to let Henry do our factual presentations, and I will be here for color commentary and to answer questions.
Morning, Madam Chair. For the record, Henry Farrell from the Police Department. I'd like to refer you to your budget book page 265, where I'm going to try to walk you through anything that's new or different from the FY20 to the FY21 proposed budget. On page 265, you find a comparative statement of expenditures, and you find the numbers broken down into three different fashions: by fund, by character or bureau, or by object. Let's take a quick look at the fund summaries. That's the highest level that we can look at the numbers. And we see that there in the far right column, increase or decrease, there's a roughly $4.4 million increase in the general fund. The primary driver of that is a pay package of salaries and benefits, which is almost $7 million. So there have been some decreases in the general fund budget to offset that. That's why you're only seeing a $4.4 million increase. On the forfeit and asset seizure fund, you see a $40,000 increase, which reflects the expenses to rent covert vehicles for undercover operations. The next line is the grant fund in the police department, and these are some speculative numbers that are entered between budget and finance to reflect grants that we're applying for. The $700,000 increase is a combination of several grants. The primary driver of that is a $400,000 port security grant, of which we are looking to acquire some night vision goggles and some quick response team training. There's also a $150,000 technology upgrade for our DNA lab, as well as some recruiting and school resource officer grants. The video lottery impact aid is up $40,000. And again, we're looking to do, and they have agreed to fund some equipment purchases such as ballistic shields and the like for us, which that's what's the $40,000 change is there. When you get to the middle section of character or bureau, it's very difficult in this department to use this section for any valuable analysis. The reason is, as an example, when a police officer resigns or retires from the Patrol Services Bureau, his vacant position gets put into admin services as a recruit in the academy, and vice versa. When he graduates, he goes back to patrol. So these numbers can fluctuate drastically, as you see on the page today. A $13.8 million increase in patrol, yet a $5.6 million decrease in admin services. That's just a net reflection of many positions moving to and from the academy to patrol services. So let's look at the object totals on the bottom third of that square, and that will be where we can get into some detail of what is really different from the proposed budget to the current year. Under personal services, you see a $9.7 million increase. And that is there's a $7 million increase in the salary benefits package. And that's the primary driver of that number. Various other increases that are in things like FICA and health insurance, et cetera. The contractual services line shows a decrease of $457,000. The reason that is going down is because last year we had prisoner transport funded in that line at $400,000. And we're hoping that we're not going to need those funds in FY21 as we're expecting the central booking facility to come online in June. The next line is supplies and materials at $120,000 increase, and that is a large variety of small changes, medical supplies, tasers, ammunition, ballistic vests, etc. All make up that change of $120,000. Parking fees for cops at the courthouse, etc. The $148,000 increase actually goes to $80,000 in the QRT training that we had requested in the port security grant, as well as some aviation training and other department-wide training expenses. The capital outlay decrease of $4.4 million is a reflection of the fact that in the current year's budget, we have $4.5 million for a helicopter that we don't need in the FY21 budget. And then the grants line is $100,000 under a contribution line item, which represents a 25% cash match in the port security grant that we have applied for. So those are the real increase and decrease explanation. The next page, page 266, is a summary of budgeted positions. As you can see in that box, there is a net change, an increase of 4. As it's outlined by the budget office in the bullets, the first is a management aid. The primary responsibility of this will be to coordinate the over 100 families and 60+ volunteers who are donating their homes and time to the animal care and control operation. The next position is a crime analyst who will be responsible for threat assessments. This analyst will help recognize and intervene in threats of mass violence. A recent FBI study has revealed that over 50% of adults and over 90% of those under 17 who have committed mass violence have leaked their intent to do so via some form of social media. So this is our first line to step in and find this threat early. The next position, as most departments and offices in the county have a deputy director, administrator, or some other high-level job of various titles in the non-represented category, so does the police department need this as well. We need someone that has a strong business acumen, ability to negotiate terms and conditions, CPI adjustments in agreement for services, someone who knows the state and federal regulations pertaining to law enforcement business, someone who signs contracts and has that authority to do on behalf of the chief, with a complete understanding of the county code and the purchasing rules and regulations, and maybe most importantly, someone who can provide some continuity in the command staff should there be some form of change in administration, as the top 6 positions in this department are exempt. The last position to round out the 4 is a facility maintenance manager to assist in dealing with the large number of facility problems and issues we have. And in some cases, we'll be relieving cops of doing things that civilians should be doing in this department. I would like to comment that even though it's +4, The last position I mentioned in facilities is a transfer from central services, so no net cost increase with that. And the crime analyst position will be a conversion of a contractual position, so the costs are only incremental on that as well. So that's a summary of personnel moves from FY20 to the current year. With that said, there are several other pages here that are details of each one of the bureaus. Unless you have specific questions, I'd like to move on to the FAST fund. Any questions about that general operating budget?
Well, we have a couple questions about your general operating budget. So, Mr. Pruski, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Councilman Andrew Pruski. Thank you all for presentation today. So you may have heard in the paper and other things that, you know, people, this is difficult times. We're monitoring pay raises and other things. But I know one thing, I'm fully supportive of the police contracts because I think they're underpaid and we also need to have it. But I wanted to ask you about retention and attrition. Besides, you know, what we're doing, what are the measurements that we're doing in the department to keep people on in their jobs to make sure? And I think it's going to be interesting as this pandemic continues, how we keep police officers. They're under a lot of stress right now, you know, with having to deal with it. If you could address those issues, thank you.
So I couldn't agree with you more. One of the biggest stressors that the street cops are encountering right now is that I've had the leave books closed since mid-March, and we are going to continue to have the leave books closed through probably mid-June right now. We've built in a couple safety valves on the stress that causes. The first is that we are rotating our patrol troops through a 2-day on a 6-day shift teleworking schedule. They're helping us out with things that they don't need to be out on the street doing because we've pushed a lot of our call for service interactions to online and telephonic. So that's helping one. And then we're allowing the captains the leeway out on the shifts for leave to grant exceptions to the leave books being closed for important events. I think we talk to the patrol shifts every day. We make sure we're listening and we have them on our morning calls through this pandemic so that I'm getting their views. I'm hearing what they need. I'm hearing how they're feeling. And the morale seems to be pretty good right now. I think if you look at the last 5 years, attrition has crushed us. There's no doubt about it. It's been both tough to keep cops, particularly when the police department trailed so far behind the rest of the big seven on pay packages and compensation. We've come a long way on that front. I think as time moves on into the future, we need to continue to make investments in our contracts, in our compensation packages. We do hear a lot about teachers, but the cops went through the same things as the teachers from 2008 moving forward in time. The last few years, we've tried to catch up, but everyone sitting on this call or watching from the audience knows that we have unique fiscal challenges in Anne Arundel County, so it had to be incremental. We're making some headway. I support continuing to make headway. The last 5 years, our attrition, it's very easy for us to keep up with attrition if we stay at 50 or below. In 2018, we lost 75 or 76, so you can see the challenge there. The one thing that the administration has really done to help me keep up with the attrition is to let us over-hire when our recruit classes and our lateral classes are entering into the police academy. Because what that does is it accounts for the attrition that's going to occur before those cops become operational. And so we used to have a line item in the police budget years ago that was called Patrol Plus, and it was extra staffing where you could overhire above what you needed out on the street in that line item so that you never dipped into operational spots. Effectively, what the administration's allowed us to do is to keep that paradigm going, just a different way. So I think we're in a good spot moving forward on attrition, as long as everything stays kind of status quo on allowing us to do that over hiring. For instance, the class that we have in now will be about a net zero gain, keep us right where we kind of need to be. If that continues, we should be okay, Councilman. That's a good question.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. And as I said before, one of the things that worked out prior is when you sent out surveys to employees, when they were asking about their service equipment and weapons and things like that, those are always helpful. So again, I appreciate you, doing that, and hopefully we can continue to support our officers, because I know it's a difficult time, and I know I'm going to be working hard to make sure that they have the resources, and that includes this pay raise that's in this budget.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, County Council. Just a few quick questions. I know you said the management aid position, that's the volunteer coordinator that we've heard discussed from animal control and now yourself. The crime analysis and assistant director, those are brand new positions. They're not in addition to one already in that category. So for what I'm basically trying to ask, we don't have a crime analysis right now, correct? And we don't have one assistant director, or we have one and we're adding a second?
We have, no, I got it. We have one 1,500, well, actually, we have two 1,500-hour crime analysts doing the threat assessment that Henry mentioned a little while ago. When you look at nationally what happens with violence, there are signals sent. So what the two positions are doing is proactive monitoring. We want to take one of those two positions. I'd love to do two of those two positions and take them from 1,500-hour contract to full-time. Our reasonable ask for the year, because we know kind of where we are, is to change one of those positions into a full-time position so that we get the net aggregate hours that they're able to work up, and we can actually have a stretch from early morning to later at night, real-time monitoring going on the first one, ma'am. And then the second one would be new. If you look at the police department, we're kind of lopsided. I have two direct reports, the two deputy chiefs. So one deputy chief has one deputy chief has two majors, and one deputy chief only has one, the civilian management position, and I really don't care what we call it, would help me flatten out that org chart some and move some stuff from under captains who are overworked into a more organic flowing org chart. So for instance, the commander of my criminal investigation division, who I need thinking about closing murders, also has to think about the technical aspects of forensics, right? And that's a lot to put on one captain. This will help me move things around, and the civilian aspect of it is valuable for me because I want to make sure that our civilian employees on the police department have a voice. The cops naturally have a voice because I'm a cop. I sit in the uniform. I've felt their woes. I've lived their life. Sometimes that doesn't naturally happen for the civilians, and they're important to us. We couldn't survive without them. So this spot will do those two things for me, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Mr. Volke, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volke, District 3. Chief, thanks for that explanation. I guess I'm going to pick up right there and sort of follow along with that question. So one of the things that I'd heard during the presentation is that this position was to maintain continuity in the command staff in the event that there's a change in the top brass. So I guess my first question would be, are you anticipating any kind of change in the top leadership of the department that would necessitate this year, in light of some of the funding challenges that we're having across the board?
So I don't see anything in a short game time frame, I think as you look forward in time, we have elections happen, we have changes in administrations, we have all those things happen. So when you talk about the analysis there that Henry was talking about, that's a long game analysis, 7, 8, 10 years. You can have somebody, when the whole administration changes, both deputy chiefs and all 3 majors are appointed by me. Deputy chiefs do not have a fallback safety valve. The majors do have a fallback safety valve to captain, but it's traditional that at least some upheaval happens when the chief changes at those ranks. So I hope I answered your question okay, it's kind of a long game look instead of a short game look.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That answers that question. Thank you. May I keep going, Madam Chair, or is there anyone waiting?
Well, I have a question, but you can ask your question, sir.
Okay, thank you. So again, Chief Nathan Volke, following up on the mass violence threats that the crime analyst is going to look at. So I understand what you explained to Councilwoman Fiedler in response to her question. I guess my question would be, one of the things on the gun violence task force, which I know you're a member of and some other folks in your department are involved with heavily, is that when we look at the statistics in terms of gun violence, the number of deaths by mass shooting are not one of the top categories that we're seeing in terms of gun violence. We're seeing a huge number in terms of suicides. Then we're seeing a very large number in terms of homicides. And then as we move down the list, the lower categories are the mass shooting situations. So I guess I'm trying to understand, is this individual, this crime analyst, only going to be for mass violence threats, or is this going to be involved in some of these other threats as well?
That's a great question, Councilman Tim Altamari answering your question. So all threats, the day-to-day flow actually starts at the lower end of the violence spectrum with threats to self, threats to individuals. So all the concept is using what is publicly facing out there on the net to interdict things as early as we can so we never do get to the mass shooting day, right? So also 100% supportive and providing intelligence in our daily crime threats that the cops do such a good job about. You don't hear about 99% of them. Neighborhood beefs, things of that nature. So it would be across the board.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Chief. I just wanted, I'd had the pleasure to come out to 7 a.m. roll call up with Northern District with Deputy Chief Lowry, and it was very inspirational to see how roll call goes. It was a little earlier in our COVID-19 response, but I'm concerned about the safety of our officers. I'm wondering, is our officers testing positive at all in Anne Arundel County? And if so, are we having a hit to our staffing due to quarantine and things like that? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely, ma'am. Tim Altamari responding to the question. So the good news on that front is we are having cops test, absolutely. The biggest hit we've taken to date is we had an officer test positive in our air unit. So the air unit went down for 2 weeks because everyone has to go in the same helicopter and touch the same controls and things of that nature. Everyone is back to work now. The fortunate part about what's going on is we've only had Lieutenant Steve Thomas, get deathly ill. We were very worried about Steve for a while. He went into intensive care. We dodged the need for a ventilator, but it was very close. So our numbers are staying manageable, and I attribute that to we got on board pretty quickly with limiting interpersonal interaction between the cops. The helicopter's kind of a unique situation because they have to go in that bubble, right? Everyone has to go in that bubble. But the roll call that you went to is a perfect example of some of the safety measures we've built in place. Social distance, and they're only doing it 2 times a week instead of every day. And we did that very early. And then you add in that we are rotating. What I'm keeping on the street is the number I need on the street to do things right and keep people safe. And the extra bodies that we've kind of organically built through closing the leave books for a couple months, we are able to cycle them out so that we have even less chance of interpersonal interaction between the cops with contaminating each other, if that makes sense. So we're doing okay, I think, is the spirit of your question. Where we are now is sustainable almost indefinitely if need be. It ain't perfect, but we're doing well.
Thank you. We had our budget presentation from the county executive on Friday, and he noted that we were able to hire or bring on 88 new sworn officers last year. I know I was also out with Pascal Senior Center, and we had Academy cadets helping distribute food. I believe we have about 40 in this Academy class, but we also have Academy graduates currently. What do you anticipate our gain from these Academy classes moving forward into the new year?
So we spoke about moving forward into the new fiscal year this morning with classes. We're going to try to still have a class starting this summer, late summer, and then we're going to try to have a lateral class starting mid-fallish. Right now, our number is 32 in the Academy, and then the class that's still mostly on field training is low 40s. So there's that. If you look at it from an operational strength standpoint, that's 70 of our young officers who don't count yet for us. And bear with me because I haven't gotten the up-to-date field training numbers. I've got some of those young officers from the last class coming off field training, some still going. It's an individual process. Some officers take a little longer than others to get ready to be out on their own. But the good news is we're hitting that point when this class gets operational. We're hitting that point where the overhiring we've done, that 80 some people that we've hired in the past year and a half, is going to be operational. And what that does is put healthy fat back on the shifts, if you think about it, in the operational units. If you have 10 cops, we never get past 6.5 because somebody's sick, somebody's hurt, somebody's on military leave, those types of things. And then you add in the hard vacancies because it takes a cop from the time an officer, a young person applies to the time that I can use them and they actually count is about 1.5 years. So the overhiring lets us stay in front of that lag, if that makes sense. So we're in great shape. We need to stay in great shape, I think is the answer.
Sure. I'll let Mr. Volk ask his question. Mr. Volk, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volke again. First question, did you all purchase the helicopter from last year's budget yet?
Henry Farrell, Police Department. We have made the initial down payment on that as of yesterday. So we've locked in on one that's already in production. So I think the easy answer to your question would be yes.
And that was yesterday that was done. Okay. And then I guess my other question would be, and this probably is you, Chief, since the COVID-19 pandemic has come around, it's been foisted upon us, I should say. How much has your department seen a change in terms of calls for service?
So if you'll let me backtrack, Tim Altamari responded for the police department. If you'll let me backtrack to the helicopter 1 minute, the purchase order was actually cut on that last month, Councilman. So the wheels grind slow in Anne Arundel County. the money just got spent yesterday, but the CAO signed the purchase order at least, I'd say about a month ago. Yeah. And then moving forward to where we are kind of a feeling out on the street is calls for service are actually a little down, total calls for service. We're up over I think we're up over 700 calls for service just on COVID-19 emergency order violation reports. But the numbers of actual violations that we've encountered are very low, comparatively speaking, to that 700 number. And people are listening to the officers when the officers are showing up. To date, we have not had to make an arrest. We have charged people with the emergency order violation, but only when we've caught them in the midst of a burglary or things like that, where the encounter isn't about the emergency order violation. It's about, we had a problem going on and the person was also violating the order. So I'm pretty proud of that. I'm proud of the cops and I'm proud of the citizens who are working with us in the county. Domestics were trending up a good bit for a while. They've flattened out. I am candidly fearful that as we get into the warmer months now, with cabin fever getting worse, that the summer's going to heat up, and we are laying plans in place to deal with that heating up. Happens every year. That summertime and Christmas time are go time for the police department. This summer, I am fearful that the self-imposed isolation is going to create enough angst that we're going to have some issues this summer with violence and or disorder. Did I answer your question okay on that?
You did. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We have, Ms. Fiedler has a question, excuse me.
This is actually just a quick comment, Chief Amanda Fiedler, District 5. In speaking to the men and women that I've gotten to know in your force over the past year, I have heard nothing but positive commentary on your leadership and communication during this time. So I just want to extend my appreciation. I think you are playing a very important role in reassuring our police force that not only are they taking care of us, but you're taking care of them. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I don't see any other questions regarding your operating budget. I presume you have a capital side to present.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we do. Again, Henry Farrell, Police Department. If I could refer you to page 55A of your capital budget and program, which has the new police CID facility as the first project under the police department to refer to. As you can see on page 55A, new police CID has a little bit over $800,000 remaining for some security work to be wrapped up, and then this project will be closed. The next project to speak to is on page 57A, the Evidence and Forensic Science Unit. This project is going to contain 4 separate units in the department that all interact continuously. Obviously, property management, which is our evidence storage, has reached its max capacity, especially since we've taken on the extreme risk protective orders. Evidence collection has also reached its capacity for refrigerated storage evidence and processing space. There'll be a new forensic firearms lab, which we are currently driving to Prince George's County to do that work. And finally, there will be a new CDS and DNA lab, which is still sitting in its temporary trailer in the parking lot here since 1990 capital project. So this project will bring them all together in one new and modern facility right here on the public safety campus. $900,000 is budgeted in the next year for design and engineering, and then the construction dollars are out in the program year. And the last project to speak to is on page 63A, the Police Special Operations Facility. Currently, we are in 3 separate buildings at the old utility complex at the B&A facility in Glen Burnie. And this will be a new warehouse-style building located near the Combined Safety Support Complex in Millersville, between that and our current K-9 Center. And we'll house K-9 scent training, QRT training, and special operations equipment storage. There's $493,000 for design and engineer, and then of course the construction dollars are out in the program years in 2022. And that is the last capital project to speak to.
May I add that I invite all members of the council to come and see the areas that we're talking about here. It's a pretty compelling tour. You see things like we literally have about 50 spaces left for evidence on the police department. And we've been very creative with the space we have, but we're hitting terminal velocity on that. You'll see that my DNA scientists are carrying samples through my drug lab, which is less than stellar. It meets the standards, but it isn't a good situation. If you look at the need for us to have a forensics firearms lab, our own, it's very compelling. For years, we had to use the state police, and the state police firearms lab is so overworked, it would take us a year to get homicide evidence back. And when you're trying to close a homicide for the community and you're waiting on bullet information, that's not a good situation. We were able to take advantage of the good nature of our neighbor to the south and west, Prince George's County, a few years ago. Our one firearms scientist works in their lab down there, so he's coming up here to pick guns up, take them down to that lab. We need the help on this one. I'll close on that subject with, truly, I'd like you guys to come see what we're dealing with out here, because I think you'll see the reality very quickly. I can tell you that when members of the administration have come and taken the tour, it's been very compelling for them.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for my colleagues regarding capital? Okay, Mr. Volke, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'll just start with the first one. I want to talk about the CID facility. So in last year's capital budget, the allocation was $400,000 with the expectation that there was no allocation in FY21 through 25. And the previous total outlay for this was nearly $10 million. It looks like now we're looking at an outlay closer to, I think, $11 million total, with this additional $1 million increase to the project cost. I guess I just want to understand, what was it that was added to this project that's now put an extra $800,000 onto it that hadn't been anticipated before?
Yeah, Henry Farrell from the police department. So we're planning to use this money to secure the Sallyport areas and consider some bulletproofing of some of the first floor glass at this facility where we're bringing prisoners into. It's not a covert facility, and there are a lot of bad guys, if you will, coming through this place, and a lot of cops working in the building. So we're a little concerned about their security, and it is not set in stone that we're going to, bulletproof the whole building or anything like that. We're considering doing some things and working with Public Works and our engineering department to make the place a little more secure for our cops that work there.
And I appreciate that and understand it, and we want the same thing for your officers to be secure. I guess my question is more, why was that not previously considered as part of this, or was it? But it just seems like that's kind of an add at this point. I'm not clear why that wasn't in the original scope.
So Tim Altamari for the police department, Councilman. One of the challenges that we run into here is that I've never tried to refurb a building to repurpose it. So I can't answer the why did we run out of money before we got the security stuff done. I can simply tell you that when we talk to Public Works and Facilities, the project cost more than they thought it would from the initial phasings of it. And I am unable to give you the ABCs of the whys, Councilman.
Thank you. I'll wait till everyone else go around.
Do we have any other questions regarding the capital budget? Mr. Volke, you can ask another question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volke again. So then turning to the evidence, the forensic science unit that you're asking for in this budget, I see that this is not something that was in the capital improvement program last year. So this is a new project that's been added, and it looks like it's come through with the PPI funds. But I guess what I'm most interested in is one of the statements that was made about the increased need for this facility in light of the extreme risk protective orders. As I understand that, I guess you all are storing more firearms from county residents than you were before, which is part of what's decreasing the available space that you have then for storage of evidence and DNA and drugs and other things that you're storing there. So I absolutely would love to come out and take a look at it, and I will take you up on that offer. But I guess my question would be, how much are you storing in terms of firearms at this point? How much has that increased in light of the ERPOs? And how many people are taking advantage of the provision under the ERPOs that allow them to put their firearms in the custody of a friend or a family member?
So it's two-part question, so I'll try to carve it up into two answers. It's hundreds of guns that we've had to take since the inception of the ERPO law going on 2 years ago. It varies greatly. One situation might have one gun. We had one situation that had 70 guns. So it does vary, but the volume is coming in. And we want to add to that in these situations, we want to take care of people's property when we're taking it as well. When at the end of the day, we're physically taking an item, we want to take the best care of it we can. That the extra room helps with that. But it's important to note that the guns, while a compelling picture when you come and see, your mind will be blown by how many guns are sitting in that building. But it's a part of the total equation. When you think about the fact that we have to keep homicide evidence for 100 years, and in truth, we need to keep all violent felony evidence for 80, 100 years, you look at the volume of evidence that comes out of a homicide investigation, it is truly staggering. One homicide investigation can take up a quarter of a 30-foot floor-to-ceiling storage area that covers 8-10 feet. So we're hitting it. The picture shows you more if you come see it, but we have one narrow area to walk through in the area, and we have these racks that move to allow us to get to the evidence, but we're really running out of space. And when you look at 100 years, that stuff's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Thank you. And so to follow up on that, and I asked a similar question to this about the helicopter last year, I'll ask it this year on this as well. Has any sort of cost benefit analysis been performed by the department to assess what it would cost the county to have some of that stored off site? Are we allowed to store it off site? Could we put it in the care of a private entity and say, you store these things and we'll pay you contractually an amount each year, and how that compares to the cost of a new capital outlay? I'm just curious if that analysis has been done.
I have to be honest with you, we have not done an analysis on that issue. It's evidence, and the police have to maintain the evidence for chain of custody stuff, appeals, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying it couldn't be done. It's a new concept for me. I hadn't given that any thought, but I'm certainly willing to take a look at that. And we'd have to have the state's attorney involved and the courts involved. Evidence at the end of the day doesn't belong to just the police department. Those entities are the controlling bodies once an investigation leaves our house and moves forward into the courts. But I'll tell you candidly, I will absolutely take a look.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Do we have any other questions for the police department this morning? Oh,
I have one more.
okay. Yes, Mr. Wilkie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So then turning to the special ops facility, again, that was another project that was not in last year's capital budget. It's now been added to this year's capital budget. And so in looking at that, I guess my question would be, considering it's a new project, considering this is a tight budget year, considering that we are trying to tighten our belt everywhere we can, you know, I'm just looking at these two new projects really, plus the expanded scope on the other project. Which one is the most pressing priority for the police department? And I recognize that's sort of asking you to choose between your children because nobody wants to pick a favorite and you want all of them, and I understand it. But as you know, we're in a tough spot this year with a budget that's significantly different than what we thought it would be. So I guess I'm just trying to get a bit of a rank order preference, if I can, from you on these projects and which one is going to have the biggest impact for the day-to-day lives of your officers, improving it and making it better for them.
Yes, sir. It'll allow me to give you a little historical perspective and then move on to the current aspects. These projects weren't funded last year because most of the public safety project money went into that placeholder, if you recall. This is the third or fourth year on both of them. So we actually had the money to start the forensic services aspects of this thing in perhaps FY17's budget to the tune of $8 million. And stuff happens in Arundel County. The wheels of moving forward move slow. That's the nature of our business. And then the SOD complex is also the third year that we've brought it forward. And it's predicated largely on the repurposing of the current facilities up along B&A Boulevard in Glen Burnie. So there's kind of an if or but situation going on there, depending on timing. But I will tell you that if I could wave a magic wand, we need our own firearms lab in this county. We can't be dependent upon another county, and they have been great. But the day that budget woes hit a point where people have to start thinking about their own constituents instead of being good partners, the potential is for us to get kicked out of that situation at any time. So that forensics upgrade project is huge. And as, if you'll allow me to get personal for a moment, as my legacy to the cops on this agency, having that forensics lab up and running for guns is huge. It was on my top 10 list 5.5 years ago. And it's one of the few things I haven't been able to get done at this point.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
I've received a message that Mr. Chris Trumbauer would like to make some comments on behalf of the administration regarding this topic. So we'll wait a minute while he gets pulled forward. Good morning, Mr. Trumbauer. You have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Council. Chris Trumbauer with the County Exec's Office. So thank you, Mr. Volke, for the question. And I'm sure it was uncomfortable for the chief to have to, as you put it, pick between his children. And I just wanted to remind the council that both of these projects are funded with PPI bonds. So this is part of the commitment that we made last year when we passed the budget to bring some of these unfunded projects that have been out there for several years to the design and construction phase. So I would caution you against trying to pick one or the other out of these. They are designated with PPI bond funding. So that's a separate funding source from the county general obligation bonds. So although I think we all appreciated Chief's answer, I just wanted to, I guess, ask the council to consider these projects a little bit differently than ones that are funded by GO bonds. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trumbauer. Do we have any other questions regarding the police department capital budget at this time? Seeing none, thank you, Chief. And folks, we're going to let you get on with your day and have a great afternoon. Stay safe. We're going to transition to our next presentation. We're going to be bringing forward our fire department with Chief Tricia Wolford, Deputy Chief Ross Dinkle, and Shannon Cleary Holt. And Hannah Dyer remains with us as the budget analyst for the fire department. I believe they have a PowerPoint presentation, so we'll take a moment to, is that correct, Chief?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
So we'll take a minute and let you get set up, and good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Council President, council members. We'll wait here a minute and let the PowerPoint get set up. I'd first like to introduce the team that was working on this. So we have with us Shannon Cleary Holt, which is the fire department budget analyst. And then I also have with me Deputy Chief Ross Dinkle, who helps handle the budget if there's any questions. I will first turn the floor over to Hannah Dyer, who is the budget and management analyst, and she will give the formal presentation over the budget.
Thank you. So this is Hannah Dyer from the budget office. Detail of the fiscal 21 proposed budget for the fire department can be found on pages 274 through 280 of the budget book. And I'm just going to focus on page 275, which shows the comparative statement of expenditures. The department's proposed budget totals just under 135 million, over 95% of which is funded from the general fund. And compared to the fiscal 20 budget, general funds increased by 7.3 million, but are offset by reductions in other funds for an overall net increase of 3.3 million from fiscal 20. And as mentioned in the county executive's budget address on Friday, the fiscal 21 budget includes a pause in the SAFER grant, which is the reason for the almost $3 million reduction in the department's grant funds. The SAFER pause also explains a couple of the decreases in the spending categories, including the $800,000 decrease for supplies and materials and the $550,000 decrease for grants, contributions, and other. However, the largest category of spending is personal services, excuse me. The largest category of spending is personal services, and that's what drives the overall budget increase. So within this category, the increases for salaries and benefits for the pay packages. And with that, I'll turn it over to the department for the budget highlights.
Thank you, Hannah. Again, this is Chief Wolford, and we'll get started here with the presentation. This is 4 easy slides, so it'll be quite short and simple, and then time for questions. Thank you very much. So these are our operating budget highlights. We just have 3 items to go over today in operating. And as you can see, the first is Mobile Integrated Community Health Program. The 2 items associated with that are the equipment and the quality assurance fire lieutenant training textbooks for PALS and ACLS, and then Chem Pro monitors. If you move to the next slide, please. So here are the 3 items of our operating budget. Mobile Integrated Community Health is a new program that we are partnered with Pam Jordan, the director of the Department of Aging, and her team. And this program has been something that we've quietly been working on in the background. We realize there is a huge need in our community for it, so we are trying to formalize this program. What it entails is it takes a nurse, a paramedic in the field, a lieutenant running the program, and then a social worker. It teams these 3 entities together to reach people in the community that may call 911 for purposes that are really not 911 related. Things like this would be a team of the nurse, the paramedic, and the social worker visiting some of these 911 frequent callers to ask them what the issue is if we're seeing a trend based on some of their high volume calls. So for example, if somebody is calling because they're consistently falling and we're going there multiple times a month, this would allow us to assess that individual with medical needs, and then on the social side of things, also be able to assess items happening in their home. So maybe they're falling because they have a walker and they still have shag carpet and they keep tripping over the carpet and on the walker, and what they really need is a change in flooring. And it's not necessarily always a medical need. So this is something that's been working in the background. We've been doing it with our high frequency callers. And so we are assessing per individual, so per paramedic, nurse, social worker, each one of them would carry a caseload of 15 to 17 cases. The ask in here is the budget numbers are based on the equipment that we need for the vehicle to have a mobile laptop so they can do casework, other types of miscellaneous medical equipment. And then the lieutenant is the individual that we need to run the program. Our next item for training is the textbooks. All of the paramedics in the department have a base level paramedic certification or degree. ACLS is advanced cardiac life support, and PALS is pediatric life support. They are 2 additional certification that give us a higher level of care. It is something that we have had for multiple years in the department, and it's not a new program. What's new is that some of it is online training. Some of it also requires textbooks for in classroom. So it's the money for the upgrading of the textbooks because the program has recently updated. The next item is the Chem Pro monitors. This is 2 monitors. We have hazmat teams located in 2 different stations across the county. This is an upgraded monitors. The ones we're currently using are out of date, and they don't identify some of the new toxic materials that we've been trained to handle. Those are items for the operating budget. Happy to open the floor now for any questions before we move to capital.
Thank you, Chief Wolford. Do we have any questions regarding the operating budget? And I asked my colleagues to just ask to be recognized because I can't see you right at the moment.
Yeah, is there any way we can just pull those slides down? Right, there we go, thank you.
There you are. Okay. Do we have any questions for Chief Wolford? Yes, Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Jessica Hare, District 7. Good morning, Chief. My question for you is about the SAFER grant. When we are pausing the SAFER grant, are we still running the clock out on those 4 years? How is that working for us in terms of the rate at which we have to begin taking on those salaries, the 25%, the 50%, all of that?
Tricia Wolford, Fire Chief. Thank you for the question. Yes, so the grant is a 3-year grant. It will end in March of 2023. So with us pausing the class that's in right now, those positions were moved to the general fund. We lose time on the grant. And so the delay on that is hopefully to get them hired as soon as possible and to be able to use as much of the grant that's left. The other thing we're working on with that is through FEMA and the federal government in the National Fire Service executive level is working on being able to accept the grant as a total grant and to not have to pay the matching funds as the county.
Do we, just to follow up on that, Jessica, here, District 7, do we know when we'll get a response from FEMA on that?
This is Trisha Wolford. No, we don't know right now. I know that our members in Congress are working very hard for us, but all I can view right now is seeing the letters of support and the letters going out to the FEMA director and to the president.
Yeah, and I believe the National Association of Counties is also currently advocating for a straight pause to extend, then readjust the safer grants across the country. So it's a wait and see situation. Mr. Volke, I see you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Volke, District 3. Chief, thank you for your presentation. Just to continue on the safer grant question, because we talked about this a lot, we talked about it last year, we're talking about it now. I understand that best case scenario, either the grant mechanism changes or the grant timing changes. Assuming worst case scenario that neither of those things happen, because I've read some things that suggest I don't know how willing Congress is going to be to do some of these changes. At that point, now the fiscal impact of the safer grant hits the county in a different way and a harder way. How is it that the department is kind of budgeting for that or looking forward to prepare for the scenario in which we don't get what we want out of Congress?
Right now, our level of preparation is, as you said, again, I'm sorry, this is Trisha Wolford. We acknowledge that there are those two other options, hoping that one of those comes through. Our best case scenario is if nothing changes with the grant, is that we would hire as soon as we can for FY22 and make the most out of what we have of the grant.
And will we still expect to hire the full contingent of 70 firefighters under the safer grant?
Yes, sir, that's my expectation.
Okay, all right. And in terms of the impact fiscally to the county then, so I guess that'll obviously change the amount of money that we're getting from the federal government versus what we have to put in from the general fund. So I guess that's kind of my next question is, we talked to budget a lot about this, and I'm not expecting you to have any kind of prognostication on what the market holds or the future holds, but in the event that there's a downturn or an extended period of time in which revenues don't increase, is there anywhere in the department that you could see moving things around to try to accommodate the increased salary costs?
This is Trisha Wilford. I would say right now at the time for the 70 positions, we would have a year to figure that out. Right now, I don't have the extra money to be able to move that. The other thing we also don't know is if they would change the percent on the matching. As you know, the SAFER grant is the first 2 years is 75, 25, and then that flips for us, where it's 75 for us and 25 for them. So we also are checking into seeing if that percent would change if option 1 or 2 don't work out. But I don't right now have the additional money to be able to support that.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Ms. Rodvian, did you have a question? No, okay. Chief, I'd like to ask a similar question to that I asked our police chief. Are you finding that we are having firefighter personnel testing positive and therefore having to quarantine those in contact and affecting your staffing levels at this time?
This is Trisha Wolford. So right now, since we've started keeping track, which was early March, I believe March 13th, we've had 3 positive members, all career, that have had COVID-19, all have recovered and are back to work. We don't anticipate seeing any staffing peaks with that or any issues with it. Where we are doing really well, these numbers are much lower than our neighboring metro fire departments in the area, some of which are in double digits. The reason I believe we're doing so well is the compliance and the availability of PPE. And we are going to great lengths to make sure our providers are fully covered and are not exposed. So where it's we don't believe we're going to see any great impacts with the quarantine or the isolation right now.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any other questions for Chief Wolford regarding the operating budget? Okay. I assume you have a capital budget to present as well? Fantastic. You have the floor, Chief.
Thank you very much. Again, 2 slides for capital budget. This first slide is the list of our projects. The EMS fire training replacement feasibility study, our Cape Sinclair fire station replacement, our tone generator, the repair and renovation project, which has been a part of our budget for many years for volunteer stations, also along with our fire suppression tanks, and then Harold Harbor, which is Station 6. If you please advance to the next slide for me. So here is a list of those items and just a small breakdown of what you're seeing. Our training academy is something that was built in the late to mid 60s. It had a small upgrade in the 80s. This is when our fire department was anywhere between 300 and 500 members, including our volunteers. And obviously we've grown past that and almost into the 1,000 career members and another 300 to 500 operating volunteers. So this money is for the feasibility study and to hopefully get that project started. Cape Sinclair, this is Station 19. This is to replace that station. It has definitely had a good life, but we're hoping to bring it new life. The new property would be built where the parking lot is, so the members would remain in the old building, and then we would just flip the design and do everything right there in place. The Zetron tone generator, this is probably something you might not have seen as much or heard as much about. All the calls get alerted at the station level in audible tones over the PA speaker, so everybody can hear it whether you're inside or out of the station. This is that tone alerting system that dispatches our calls for us. The system is old, antiquated. It is on its last leg. It's for us an absolute need because it's how we connect what happens in our 911 center into our fire stations. Repair and renovation of our volunteer fire stations. This is our reoccurring program that you saw last year in the budget. And this is just the funding that we use to take care of projects in our volunteer-owned stations and how we refund them when they're working on projects or how we just get things done. Fire station, or I'm sorry, the fire suppression tanks. Again, this is a reoccurring program that you have seen, and we're looking to put in 1 new suppression tank along with the maintenance. So that's the combined cost of those 2. And that suppression tank would be in the South County area. The Harold Harbor Fire Station, that is Station 6. And this is the design and purchase of the adjoining property. That's the Wawa property at Generals Highway and over in Harold Harbor in that community. So those are our capital requests. Well, capital budget, I should say, and open for any questions on capital or any questions on anything.
Great, thank you so much. Do we have questions regarding the capital budget? I do not see any questions, Chief. Oh, okay, Mr. Volke has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I always try to wait till I'm not always the first one. So I had a question, Chief Nathan Volke, District 3, about the Harold Harbor Fire Station replacement. I saw that from last year's capital improvement program, it looked like that was slated to be funded this year, and that's been pushed out another year. So I guess I was just curious, what was the reason for that being moved?
Trisha Wolford, Mr. Volke, so that was the land acquisition. We finally found land and purchased, and we're working on that neighboring corner piece. So we're all set to move now.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any more questions regarding the capital budget. I want to thank you for your leadership and your time this morning. And we will, I hope you have a good day and stay safe. we will move forward with our next presenter. So thank you to the fire department. This time we have the sheriff's office coming forward with Mr. Sheriff Jim Fredericks, Frank Toohey, and Elizabeth Parsons. And I believe Ms. Dyer is remaining with us as the budget analyst for the sheriff's office. We'll wait a minute as folks come forward and proceed. Good morning, Sheriff Fredericks. I don't hear you. Are you speaking?
Is the sheriff's department on a separate phone line this morning?
I can't hear you. I don't know if others can.
Madam Chair, I believe that Ms. Corby is attempting to hook them up with a phone line, much like we did with the police chief.
Okay, we'll just wait patiently then. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, I need to know the phone number that the sheriff's office is using. So give me a moment to try and figure that out.
Unfortunately, that was difficult to see. Ms. Corby, did you see that number?
I did. It looked like 1137. Yeah, I see 1137.
Yes.
I do not see that phone number in my list, however. Madam Secretary, I do not have a 222-1137 number listed as a call-in number on our list of attendees, so I cannot make that connection.
May we ask what number are there any phone numbers the sheriff's office used to join that we can use to make a audio connection? And if the sheriff, if they would like to call me at the office at 410-222-1401, we can figure out how to make this work.
I'd like to maybe make a motion. Can someone make a motion for a recess for 10 minutes? It's a good time for the council to take a break.
Lacey, so moved.
May I have a second?
Brewski, second.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll go ahead and do the vote and then I'll jump in.
All in favor to recess for 10 minutes?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. We'll take a quick 10-minute break. It's good timing for the council, and we have a little technical difficulty here.
And thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to remind everyone to please just mute yourself. You can stop your video. Do not leave the meeting. No attendees or panelists should leave the meetings. Anyone who has called in to listen can hang on, or they can call back. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. The council is in recess for 10 minutes. We'll come back at approximately 11:30. Thank you.
Sheriffs, do I have you on the line?
We're on.
There is some kind of very odd echo.
Yeah, we have to mute their video.
How about now?
Okay, so we have to keep your video muted so that we don't have that interference with the sound, sort of like the police department just did. So we're going to have video and the phone open. I think that should work.
Okay. Yeah, we couldn't merge the two because the participant ID number disappeared so quick.
Okay, that's strange. Joanne, are you
You
still
happen to
here?
know it.
I do, yeah. Do you want, so what do you need? You need the ID and the password is what I just texted you. It's the same.
No, I got that. I'm okay with it. Yeah, we're okay this way.
Okay, Joanne, are you still here?
I'm still here.
All right, Joanne, you want to turn your video on? There we are. Okay. So let's do a test. You want to just talk to the sheriffs for a moment and make sure that everything's running okay?
Okay.
Good morning, Joanne.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well. Sorry about that. Good morning.
That's okay. Luckily, we have Ms. Corby, who is very, very handy, quick on these things.
She claims not to be an expert, but she is.
And just so you all know, we are probably unable to stop the cable feed, so we are on TV, I'm afraid.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it's just kind of how we have to do things here. So it looks like we do have you guys. We have 5 more minutes, so I don't want to mess anything up here. So I am going to mute you. I'm going to put a screen up for the next 5 minutes, but if you guys will just sit tight, we should be ready to go in 5 minutes, okay?
Absolutely, we will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all. Madam Chair, just to let you know, everything is set for the sheriff. We will resume in about 4 minutes.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Ms. Corby, I believe you are unmuted. Madam Chair, I show 11:30. We have Mr. Pruski, Mr. Volke, Ms. Lacey, the auditor, Ms. Rodvian, Ms. Hare, Ms. Fiedler, the sheriffs, Ms. Deere.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, everyone. We will resume with Sheriff Fredericks. Good morning,
I'm here.
sir.
You hear?
Yes.
You have me now?
We do.
Fantastic.
You have the floor,
So
sir.
I'd love to say that was planned to give you all a break, but it was not. Technical difficulties aside. So good morning. Thank you, everyone. Sheriff Jim Fredericks speaking on behalf of the Anne Arundel County Sheriff's Office. With me today is Colonel Francis Toohey. He is the Chief Deputy of the Sheriff's Office. For those following along with the county budget submission, my budget is on pages 307 to 313. Again, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the entire council for your work in this process. It is a daunting process, I know. Honorable council members, I'm happy to report that as we approach the end of my first full fiscal year in office, the Sheriff's Office will end this cycle on budget. That was not the case when I was elected. I have the hardworking people within my office to thank for that. I'm also happy to report that after a great deal of work, the number of outstanding warrants is beginning to trend in the right direction. My only caution about a positive trend in our outstanding warrants right now is that with the current state of emergency, we really don't know how that's going to impact us on the back end when we get back to the new normal. I will also be unveiling a new warrant initiative in the coming months, and I believe that program will help to continue a reduction in our outstanding warrant numbers. I had hoped to speak to you today to support several new positions and new initiatives for the Sheriff's Office in the next fiscal year, but that's simply not the case. The budget I assembled this year was aggressive for hiring 8 new deputies, training current deputies, and providing much needed equipment and vehicles for the 80 sworn law enforcement members of your Sheriff's Office. However, with changes in county revenue projections, it appears that we will have to yet again make do without some critically needed staffing, equipment, and improvements. I would like to highlight some of the accomplishments of the office that you'll see on page 307 of the budget. We have made great strides in accountability and productivity through assessments of our programs, including fleet, K-9, warrant service, and domestic violence service. We have expanded some grant funding for warrant initiatives as a sub-grantor through the Governor's Maryland Criminal Intelligence Network program, and conducted a reorganization of our Field Operations Bureau to better serve the public. Circuit court security measures have been improved, and assessments are ongoing to find additional improvements and funding sources. One of those funding sources is through the court system itself to make some physical improvements here in the court building. We were fortunate in the last fiscal cycle through the Governor's Office grant, also through that Criminal Intelligence Network program, to add an analyst position that is helping us to identify new information and data and intelligence on outstanding warrants and help to reduce that as well. That is the position that we do intend to have continued through the Governor's Office grant into this next fiscal cycle. As you'll note in the performance measures section on page 309 in my budget, the Sheriff's Office is charged with carrying out law enforcement actions for the courts, including service of warrants for the district and circuit courts, criminal and civil summons, domestic violence and peace orders, child support and custody orders, landlord-tenant disputes and processes, and court petitions for medical evaluation. Deputies performing those tasks are out in our community every day, while also providing basic law enforcement duty and response to calls when needed. But that's only part of what we do. My office is also charged with the security, courtroom, and prisoner detention duties of the circuit court. Annually, our security operations deputies screen approximately 300,000 people who enter the courthouse and screen them for weapons and contraband. They transport and house over 5,000 adult and juvenile detainees in our building and provide a strong presence in courtrooms for the county's most serious crimes involving some of the most dangerous and high-profile defendants in the state. At the same time, deputies conduct countless additional measures at the courthouse, scanning every package that enters the building, providing counterterrorism and security assessments, monitoring all security systems, and providing full-time canine coverage of the building. Deputies working in the courthouse also make several arrests each week for outstanding criminal warrants, body attachments, and disorderly court conduct. The Sheriff's Office has several deputies that are Maryland Police Training Commission certified instructors. In addition to the regular duties, they are responsible for conducting numerous hours of in-service training required of all sworn agency members, as well as training to maintain their own certifications. We also have a 10-member response team of deputies with advanced training for our most dangerous warrant services, cell extractions for unruly prisoners, and security for high-profile court cases. And just like the instructors I mentioned, those deputies perform those response team duties in addition to their regular duties. I can assure you with the time-sensitive nature of the court orders and the busy pace of Anne Arundel County courts, these hard-working deputies rarely have a lull in their daily schedules. Seeing the county law enforcement picture from both sides, my unique perspective from my many years in the police department and now as the sheriff, I'm certain of the exceptionalism and absolute dedication to duty of the deputies working for the citizens of the county. Of course, as with many law enforcement agencies, the small, non-sworn civilian staff of the Sheriff's Office are the engine that keeps this machine going. Our 28 civilian staff members perform critical functions for the courts and Sheriff's Office. They are the dispatchers who work hand-in-hand with deputies, and we provide 24-hour service to the county so that other agencies can have nonstop access to warrants. And our civilian staff also process approximately 100,000 court documents that come to the Sheriff's Office each year. We provide security services to the court through our civilian staff, and we staff our Sheriff's Cadet program, and we perform the crucial administrative functions for payroll, personnel, and budget. In the FY21 budget proposal, there are a few modest increases, but most of the costs associated with the increases in the operating budget are known employee costs. I believe that we made a solid case to the county executive's office regarding the need to make a significant expansion in sworn positions in the office, and Mr. Pittman actually specifically recognized my staffing shortage in his budget address, yet no positions were added. In an agency the size of the Sheriff's Office, just a few positions make a huge difference in how effective we can be in our mission. Although I'm disappointed with the staffing issues, I do hope that this county can look for some innovative ideas in managing vacancies as a way to reallocate positions to the Sheriff's Office now and throughout the fiscal cycle. Recruitment and hiring is extremely difficult in law enforcement, but for my office, even more difficult when compared against compensation packages of surrounding agencies. Actions taken by the county this year in labor negotiations will have a significant negative impact on my ability to recruit and retain deputies. New labor agreements beginning July 1 will create a starting pay disparity between county police officers and sheriff's deputies of over $8,000. Recruitment is one of many issues I presented to the county administration this budget cycle, and I have stressed to them that the Sheriff's Office already operates with minimal staffing and funding. At this point, I really do think that we need to start attending to some critical needs of the office. We're getting to a really critical mass point here. We do expect when we do return to the new normal, there will be what I think is going to be an aftershock of this emergency state that we're in with the Sheriff's Office in a return to normal for the massive number of court cases that we're going to see, which is going to stress our minimal staffing now, and the number of court documents that we're going to have to serve. One of the things that we've seen as part of this state of emergency is an increase in the number of criminal summonses that we're receiving in the office, and that will certainly cause stressors in both the field operations and security operations of the office. There are some services that we perform for other agencies around the county. With this current budget and the lack of the increase in personnel, we'll begin to reassess those services for potential reduction in service. However, I have spoken with CAO Burge several times, and I believe we do have a commitment to address our needs through meaningful dialogue, which I hope will begin soon. The county's budget proposal for my office is basically maintenance of effort, but there are bright spots in the administration's proposed budget this year. for operating and capital. Within the increase of personnel services on page 308 is $25,000 to begin to offer hiring bonuses to new recruit and lateral hire deputies. That money is greatly appreciated and at least gets our foot in the door to offer some one-time $2,500 hiring bonuses to 10 deputies in fiscal 21. Additionally, the Sheriff's Office has been fortunate to receive a few generous donations from community organizations through the Community Foundation of Anne Arundel County. That money will purchase new canines this year to replace one dog and add 2 others to the program. Increases in the operating budget will expand care and treatment for our new canine partners. And again, we are greatly appreciative of that. This increase for the new canines will be a significant improvement to our public safety posture here at the court building. I look forward to working with the County Executive's Office on some of these initiatives and the council as well in this coming year. I appreciate you allowing me to give you this information, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And we do have a capital project this year, and I'll be happy to review that after the Q&A for the operating.
Thank you, sir. I see Mr. Volke has a question, as does Ms. Lacey. Mr. Volke, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volke, District 3. Sheriff, thank you for your presentation and thank you for the good work that the men and women in your office do day in and day out. You know, as a frequent flyer in the courthouse, in my other capacity as an attorney, I get to see them and see the good work they do, so thank you. I did want to follow up with you and find out, so I think you had said you asked for 3 positions, was that right? You have to unmute, Sheriff.
That wasn't me. Sorry. Yeah, we asked for 8 positions, Councilman.
8 positions, okay.
Yes.
And so given what you are seeing as this staffing shortage, how is it impacting your job as the sheriff in terms of your responsibilities? Because I think this is sort of a larger question that maybe you could expound on a little bit for anybody listening, is how does the role of the sheriff's office interplay with the role of the police department, given that we have both, and you're sort of ideally suited to answer this because you've been now a part of both.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'll answer this. Basically, the sheriff's office is 2 sides. It's a field operations side, and that's the part of us that carries out all of the orders for the court out in the public, and that's where we interact with the law enforcement partners. And then there's the security operations side, which is our courthouse side. So with us, we are a little bit of an odd agency in that when you fund agencies like your police department, you know, you bring on a new officer and you bring on a new vehicle with them, and there are certain things that go along with that. Here, for some reason, the agency's been bifurcated in the way they approach funding for past years, and really it's never changed. When we hire deputies here, we have to designate for our budget submission whether or not they're going to go to security or go to field operations. And when we tell them that we need people in security, we don't get a car for that deputy. So we actually have half of our agency, unlike the police agency that actually doesn't have a take-home vehicle. The problem that creates is on the operating side, the field side, and that is in the what we call a force multiplier, where if the police department needs deputies to assist, we can't do that with half of our agency because half of them don't have cars when they're traveling to and from the place of employment. So that is one issue when it comes to the budget approach for deputies. The other, with going back to that security side, when we don't have the deputies that we need to cover, we use a standard now that they never used a standard. It was kind of willy-nilly in the past to how they approach staffing, and you know, it's kind of a finger to the wind type of thing. What we do here now is we follow the National Centers for State Courts recommendations on staffing levels for court security. And what we found is that that's basically a 4-tier system, tier 1 being a best practice. The problem is that we are nowhere near best practice in most of our staffing here at the court building. We actually can't even staff when we're up to full capacity here, when we can conduct 18 rooms of court hearings at one time, including domestic pretrial hearings. We can't cover that with the number of deputies that we have and still do all the door screening that we do, as well as canine coverage and employee security screening lines. So that's the one start. Is this agency basically has been running off of a skeleton crew for a long time. So when we have significant events, if we were to have an illness strike here with the pandemic, it would be devastating if we weren't downsized for our court capacity already. The good thing is that with our planning early on when this pandemic did start, we think that we took the right measures, and so far, knock on wood, if you're superstitious about it, we haven't had anybody test positive. So we're feeling pretty good about that. So on the field operations side, when we interact with law enforcement, we are out there every day, just like police officers are. We're patrolling the streets, but we have a specific task. One of the things that you'll see with us is there is no lull in time for sheriff's deputies. We have everything we do is based on the court and the timing of the legal process. So when we're out there, we have an absolute job that they have to do. Our civil deputies, we have 10 civil deputies that cover all of the civil process. They each serve about 450 pieces of paperwork a month. Extrapolated out, it's a pretty busy day for them. And that's really with just some of our late rent notices. There are other things they have to do, like schedule evictions and other civil process. So throughout the day, these deputies really have a schedule from the time they get in until the time they get off. Now, our interaction directly with the police department is anytime there is an accident they pull up on, they'll do the initial response for that. Any calls for service to the police department that we're near, we do that. And we have shared services with the police department as well. So if there are court orders that come out of the circuit court, usually we get those first and handle those. But on the police department side, there are orders that come out through the commissioner's office after hours that they will get. Eventually, those orders will make it back to us for service. Just as anytime a police detective drops off paperwork for charges on a criminal matter at the court and they don't follow up on that on their own, that paperwork all comes back to us, which is really what that backlog we've seen over basically 20 years of district court and circuit court warrants has gotten to. And then additionally, the extreme risk protective orders, I believe that I heard the chief talk about earlier. Those are orders when generated by the court that the sheriff's office serves as well. So we're right in the midst of things when it comes to those services, and as well as doing any domestic violence paperwork that comes out. And that would include certain civil orders like child custody. So when there is a child custody dispute where there is an order to take a child by force, that is something that the sheriff's office actually carries out. And I hope that long-winded answer gets your question taken care of.
It's Colonel Toohey. I just want to give the sheriff a break and remind the council that under Sheriff George Johnson several years ago, between 16 and 20 years ago, the sheriff's department expanded itself because they took on the warrant service obligation for the county police. And because of that, that added extra duties to the sheriff's office. And that freed up the police department to concentrate on preventing and addressing crime issues. Currently, we are still doing that, but in the years that the police department has expanded, the sheriff's office has not in any kind of meaningful ratio. So we've been getting more and more work over the years with the same amount or even fewer people. So I just want to make sure that was understood, that there's some historical connections between the police and the sheriffs and the duties that we do and what we carry out, that it actually benefits the police department.
Brief follow-up, if I may, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Nathan Volke, Council 3 again. So Sheriff Colonel Toohey, thank you for that history and insight. I guess my only follow-up to that would be, what is the legal obligation that the Sheriff's Office has to continue doing the warrant service program? And what, if anything, is there any consideration of whether that's going to continue or not? I'm just sort of curious about that, considering the stress and the workload that it's placing on your office. If that were to go back to the police department, what would that look like for them? Because I know both of you have been relatively high ranking in the police department, so I think you have a sense of that. And what would it do to your office?
So Sheriff Fredericks again for the Sheriff's Office. So thank you again for that follow-up. And yeah, so that one of the things that we do is by Constitution, we're obligated to service circuit court warrants. So, we work for the circuit court. The primary thing that we do for the district court that we're obligated to is the landlord-tenant cases that come out of there. So the district court warrants that we handle, we actually do that through a memorandum of understanding that we've had in existence for about 20, maybe 20, 21 years now. And that is something that, you know, we certainly can look at that to assess. It is part of our strategy to look at. It's something that I don't want to do because it really doesn't help to move the burden of the stress of that over to the police department from the sheriff's office. I think that we have mastered the process of warrant service. I think we're very good at it. The issue is that, you know, and I think that this is where I said I talked to Mr. Burge about this. I really think that that he and the county executive have grasped an understanding finally of, you know, for a lot of people just don't understand the sheriff's office. And I think that they really have a good grasp now of the critical need of staffing that we have. And I really think that we would have come through with that staffing this year had the state of emergency not hit. Now, when it comes to the police department, you know, this would be an equal burden on them as it is to us. The fiscal responsibility of it is right now it's just cheaper to have a deputy than it is to have a police officer. So it would make sense to add those positions here where we've kind of mastered the craft and we can actually, you know, do the things that we need to do to get those warrants served.
Thank you.
Ms. Lacy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions, but they're kind of interdependent, so I'll ask them at the same time. The first question is, what were the 8 positions that you hoped to fill? And the second question is, can you tell us about what you expect the volumes to be at the circuit court when everything opens back up? Because as a litigator myself, my experience, the courts can't just double the number of cases they hear in a day or a week. They're not going to have additional judges, I would think. I think that's very unlikely anyway. And so as I picture it, the volume that you might need for actual courtroom services, unless there were more judges and more courtrooms in which to hold proceedings, that would actually hold pretty steady. And so that's, to me, a question that, I mean, I can ask the circuit court, obviously, what they expect to happen, but I'd like to understand that between the personnel and the needs at the circuit court, how you've tried to balance them in this budget.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Lacy. It's Jim Fredericks again for the Sheriff's Office. So the 8 positions we were asking for would have been 5 to our Security Bureau and 3 to our Field Operations Bureau, the way that broke down. And that was to make sure that we could cover that, you know, primarily, you know, our duty and service is to the circuit court. So making sure that we had our security ducks in a row here is job one, and volume on the road with our field operations is certainly important, but safety and security here in the court building is really job one for that. So that's why we're going to put the additional 2 people in the Security Operations Bureau. So for capacity in the court building, one of the interesting things is that the circuit court itself, when they're administering these cases and scheduling these cases, they can, you know, spread these cases out throughout different rooms that we have here in the building. Right now, they're actually expanding. They started demolition today on one of our courtrooms to expand that seating capacity in there. So I don't think, and I'll speak a tiny bit out of turn for the circuit court. I don't think that they really fully load the courtrooms as much as they could right now, and forcing, you know, all the judges to really have to operate constantly, because there are so many other duties that they have outside of sitting on the bench. But they also have the ability within this building to have all 18 rooms going at once, and that includes our juvenile section as well. and we will bring in outside judges very frequently. And sometimes in the parking here at the building, every space is taken because we might have 6, 7, or 8 visiting judges. So the ability to expand coverage, I guess, within the circuit court, Ms. Lacey, is something that the circuit court still has room for, where if they want to bring visiting judges in and have them sit in what might regularly be a small hearing room to hear a case, whether it's civil, domestic, or criminal. The problem that comes with that is with our staffing, we simply don't have the coverage in the court building that we need for that type of expansion of cases. And we can usually juggle deputies pretty easily if a court runs until 10:30, and then we know another court is running over a little bit later in the morning. We can juggle deputies between courts, and our supervision here in the building has gotten really good at making sure that they have critical cases covered. The problem is if the court decides to operate at capacity, that's where we start to run into trouble, and we absolutely would not be able to do all the things that we should be doing based under that National Centers for State Courts model, where we have roving deputy on any floor really, and properly servicing and staffing our detention area as well, and having anyone outside the building. So there are some security concerns that would arise if that capacity were pressed. But for right now, we can operate usually okay at the pace that we have. The biggest issue we have is surges, like in the morning for cases, people coming in right before court. We'll have to open up a second security checkpoint line at the entrance for employees, and oftentimes, depending on the caseload and our staffing, we can't do that. So it really is that surge of the court pushing how many cases they want to hear, that they want to keep the courtrooms going for multiple hours in the morning and afternoon cases. That's where we start to run into our capacity issue.
Colonel Tui again, we absolutely anticipate that speedy trial issues will cause an increased number of hearings. And then just the number of civil cases that are being held because they didn't rise to that level that needed an emergency hearing or have an appearance right before a judge or the court probably will bubble immediately when the courts are open and start hearing those type of things. And that cascades down that as that paperwork processes itself through the court out to our field operations, that it's going to be inundated with new services of papers. So we absolutely, when this thing, when the doors are opened up and the county's open, the state's open, and across the nation we open up, we definitely anticipate a wave coming towards us. Wouldn't call it a tsunami, but if I was a surfer, it'd be a nice wave to look for.
So just a quick follow-up on that then. If the courts did increase their capacity, or they were at maximum capacity during this surge, do you have any ability to request and possibly borrow some police officers to be able to cover courtrooms on a given day when there's sort of excess overflow?
So Sheriff Fredericks again. That's a great question, and knowing what the police department has to do on their daily basis, I wouldn't do that. What I do first, and it is part of our regular plan, is we will pull deputies from our field operations section bureau first, and backfill with them, and that's usually been the way we've worked things, and that gives us, basically we have about 34 deputies averaging on each side of the house here. And we have that ability to pull from our field operations, but of course, anytime you pull from one, it definitely can hurt. So I certainly wouldn't, as the sheriff, pass that burden on to the PD, and it's not something I like to do. And having done that job as well, I know what they do and how busy they can be. So I like to keep the strain within the house here, but we certainly have that option to pull from our field operations.
And the protection, is Colonel Tui again, the protection of the judicial location here does require a certain skill set and knowledge and understanding of how the courts operate and parameters to work within when you're doing that specialized work within the courthouse of protecting the courtrooms and the judiciary.
Thank you both.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions on your operating budget, except I have two quick questions. You mentioned the pay differential, starting pay differential between your folks and a new police officer. Can you tell me what the starting pay for a deputy sheriff is?
Now it's $46,750, I believe is the number. And that number, that pay disparity come July 1, the actual number is $8,250. And that disparity will go down slightly. One of the issues in this negotiated set of contracts between all of the unions, but particularly with police FOP and the sheriff's office deputies union, is that the PD increase starts July 1, and the increase for sheriff's deputies doesn't start until January 1. So there will be probably a closure in that gap of about $1,700 come January.
Okay, thank you. And so, do you have any trainees currently in the police academy at this time?
We do not. We actually had two to start on that when that academy started, but both of them have were not able to complete their training. So the chief has been gracious enough to make sure that we have slots in each academy class, and we are advertising for deputy positions in the academy. And I believe, as you heard him explain earlier, the only problem with having people in the academy is you really looking at about 12 months down the road before they actually are having an impact on your operations.
Understood. So with that, I have one further question. And does your operation serve the county that in that midnight shift?
No. So Sheriff Fredericks again. So we've actually, when we reassessed our field operations this year, they used to stay, for some reason, they had them on the 3-shift rotation of the county police department. And we took them off of that because in speaking with sheriffs around the state, most of our warrant services and domestic violence services, we were better affected between the hours of 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. So we were able to change from a 3-shift rotation to a 2-shift rotation, making those 2 shifts larger, and also allowing for us to expand the ability and the safety measures for us serving some of those more significant domestic violence orders. But no, we do not have 24-hour coverage when it comes to our deputies. The 24-hour coverage we provide is through our dispatch, and that is to make sure that any agency that comes in contact with an arrestee that has a warrant through Anne Arundel County has 24-hour access to obtain that warrant and verify that that warrant exists so that that person does not have to be released.
And Colonel Tui, again, we have an on-call rotation, so there is always the deputies available 24 hours a day. We put a team of 4 on call each night. So if an important warrant service or a extreme risk protective order or something along those lines does come out, there is 4 deputies ready to be called out and go execute or serve that paperwork.
Thank you.
That includes the weekends.
I learned something with every question asked.
We appreciate you asking them.
Does anyone else have questions regarding the operating budget? I don't see any more questions. Did I understand you also had some capital budget to discuss with us?
I do,
today?
Madam Chair. Yes.
Okay, great. We can move forward with that then. Thank you.
All right. So we're really excited about this. According to Mary Bell, our budget person in office here, this is one of the first major capital projects that the Sheriff's Office has requested in many years, I believe, since the new building was built in 1998. And we're excited about it, but it's also a critical project. It is on page 64A of the capital projects, and it is the circuit court cell replacement. It is a $708,000 project, and we are very excited that the county exec's office put this forward. It is a critically needed security improvement to replace a 22-year-old cell door system. Basically, this project will replace doors, mechanisms, and control systems that secure the thousands of detainees that the courthouse detention area has as they await their court cases. Our detention area, it's a really unique thing that people don't really realize, that we have like a mini detention center here in the circuit court building. We can actually house 90 prisoners a day here. We average about 25 to 35, and we do transports of those prisoners between our facility and the county detention center. We are required to maintain, when we bring people here, certain separation of detainees between juveniles, female detainees, and when we're requested by the state's attorney's office, we have to, sometimes depending on the case, like there are multiple defendants, we'll have to have sight and sound separation of defendants. We actually have 15 cells that we're able to do that with in our area. Some of them are mass hold cells, and within that area, it can be very dangerous. We've had some failures on the locking systems on the doors, and we are in desperate need to replace those systems. It is an air canister system. Unfortunately, when this thing was all put together and throughout the years, no prior sheriff has actually put together a maintenance budget for this system, and thankfully, County Central Services has been gracious enough to make sure that we stay up and running, and it is only through their expertise and help with the sheriff's office that this system is really still working as functionally as it is. So this really is a sheriff's deputy safety issue, as well as a safety issue for detainees and really the general public at large here in the courthouse. And I'm happy to take any questions for that.
I see a question from Mr. Volke. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan, District 3 Sheriff. Understand the situation, and I actually have had the pleasure at one time when I worked in the courthouse, not as a detainee, to see the cell block down there in the circuit court. With that said, I guess my question to you would be, in terms of the scope of this project, you're looking at the entire cell area down there, upgrading it, not just kind of the primarily used cells. I guess where I'm getting with this question is, you said you can hold up to 90 detainees. You average around 25 to 30. I'm just curious if it makes sense to maybe stagger this project, to do some of it on the most highly used cells that you have to cover those places where you're holding the 25 to 30 and maybe pushing a little bit of this funding to another year, knowing that you're not always using the full capacity in the courthouse. So again, I know nobody likes to get these questions from us, but given that it's a pretty tight budget year, I have to ask.
No, I think it's a great question, as Sheriff Fredericks again for the Sheriff's Office, and really it has to do with the daily functionality of that detention area. So if we have 30 people, but we have an order from the State's Attorney's Office that 6 of our defendants that we're bringing over have to be held separately, now those 15 cell areas become 9 cell areas. The problem that we have is that we can't really trust that all of these systems will be functioning at the same time. So we're always operating at a diminished capacity here. And it would actually just be nice to get to the maximum cell door capacity that we have of being able to put people in 15 cells. And then if we get, in addition to that, one of the juvenile dates where we have several juveniles that are brought in, as well as female prisoners, we actually have to, and we've had to do this throughout the year, begin to shuffle how we're bringing people over from the detention center. We've had to switch from actually prisoner detention van transports to sending multiple deputies over, pulling them from our field operations in the vehicles that are issued to those deputies, and having to do individual transports of people over to here and keeping them outside in the sally port until we can shuffle people around. So don't let those numbers fool you, Councilman Volke. Even though we have that maximum capacity of 90, it would literally look like a cattle pen in here if we got all 90 in. It's just what the capacity is here. But really, when we have some of the surge days, there's usually one day a week where we're operating with about 50 or 55 people in our detention area. And when we do that on the busy criminal days, we really need every cell. And right now we don't have access to every single one.
And Colonel Tui again, keep in mind that the money requested is not a complete tear down and rebuild. The static parts of the jail cells and the cell block down there are in great shape. Probably new coat of paint, just an inspection. But it's the mechanical sliding doors, pneumatics, the piston-driven items, and the wear and tear unlocking mechanisms. This is the cell doors and the moving parts of the system that we really are concerned with that create the security risk.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions from my colleagues, gentlemen. So thank you for your presentation, and be safe out there. We're going to
Thank you very much.
To our next presentation. So thank you again. And we are leaving the meeting with the sheriff and moving on to the detention center folks. So give us a minute and we'll pull those folks forward. Oh. Okay, do we have Mr. Bill Martin?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Fantastic. Good morning. Mr. Martin, if you'll go ahead and introduce who's with you today, that would be helpful. Thank you.
I shall do that. I believe it's good afternoon already.
Oh.
So good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Bill Martin. I'm the superintendent of the Department of Detention Facilities. With me this afternoon is Michael Borgese to my left. He is the facility administrator of the Jennifer Road Detention Center. And to my right is Patricia Moore, who is our business administrator. If I could just make a few brief comments before we move on to the operating budget. This week, as proclamated by President Ronald Reagan in 1984, is National Correctional Employees Week. It is also National Nurses Week and National Teachers Week, so we are in great company in that regard. The Department of Detention Facilities has had a very successful year. Over the past year, we have hired 60 new correctional officer staff. We're very close to opening the Central Holding and Booking Center and transfer the 24 booking clerks to the detention family. The target date is mid to late June. As discussed at length with the administration, we do have unique challenges regarding the coronavirus and are effectively meeting those challenges. That having been said, I believe, Hannah, you want to give us a brief overview as to the operating budget?
Sure, this is Hannah Dyer from the budget office again. And as the superintendent said, I'm just going to give a brief overview of the department's budget book pages, which can be found on pages 281 through 290 of the budget book. I'm going to focus only on page 282, though, which is the comparative statement of expenditures. This page shows that the department's fiscal 21 budget totals $55.6 million, which is an increase of almost $2.6 million compared to fiscal 20. General funds make up by far the largest share of the department's budget, and also pretty much all of the net increase over fiscal 20. Looking at the budget by object, you'll see that personal services is the largest category of spending, and also the category that drives the increase in fiscal 21. Within this category, the increase is attributable to salaries and benefits, including the fiscal 21 negotiated pay packages, as well as a turnover adjustment partially offset by a reduction in overtime. The contractual services object also increases, but by a much smaller amount. about 240,000. And this is largely due to an annual CPI inflator for the medical services contract. And then there's also about a $250,000 increase for supplies and materials. And some of this is just smaller changes among sub-items, but more than half of the increase is the result of one-time funding to change the uniform for detention officers. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the department.
I believe y'all are muted.
You don't hear us?
Got us now? No?
Yes, we're good. Thank you.
Okay. I believe that gives the highlights, and as far as the operating budget, any questions that you have, we certainly take them now.
Do we have questions regarding what's been presented thus far? I'm not seeing any questions from my colleagues, so go ahead and proceed, Mr. Martin.
Okay, thank you. We have two capital budget requests. The first being the Central Booking and Processing Center parking lot. The second one being the Jennifer Road Detention Center lobby renovations. I don't know if Naomi is on the call or not, but if she is, does she want to make some comments concerning these two projects? Okay. As far as the Central Booking and Processing Center parking lot, when we built the center itself, it ate into a large number of the existing parking spaces that we had for the Jennifer Road Detention Center. So we looked across the street by, if you're familiar with it, the fuel pumps at some area over there. And we made the request through administration to be able to put a parking lot in that area in order to accommodate our staff. Right now, our staff is spread out as far as the parking is concerned. We park behind the volunteer fire department here on Jennifer Road. We also use our delivery area here at the jail for some staff parking. We're still across the street parking in the by the fuel pumps, and we also have a temporary parking shuttle over by the up by the hospital. So we're spread out as far as parking, and with this type of area, it would accommodate our parking needs. Mr. Borges, anything to add to the parking?
No, just that, well, just briefly, the shuttle, you know, we're at the mercy of the hospital as far as utilizing their lot as a temporary parking for our facility. And several times throughout the year, we've been told that we couldn't park there. So it really becomes a problem. It becomes problematic for our staff to find adequate parking on top of having to manage a shuttle service to accommodate. So the parking lot would go a long way into providing us plenty of parking as we move forward, and particularly when we open central holding processing, which we're going to be adding on additional staff to man that facility.
Sir, Ms. Kerrigan has been brought forward. Ms. Kerrigan, did you have anything to add?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions concerning the parking area?
I believe Mr. Volke has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kind of a question, kind of a comment. I just want to say thank you, gentlemen. I came over, I got to see the new central booking facility, got a wonderful tour. It's going to be a gem for this county. And I saw firsthand the parking situation, and this is probably rare coming from me, but this is an absolutely needed project. It has to happen. There's no other way for these people to do their jobs, you know, our detention officers, if they're not able to park and get there. I just want to make this comment because I talked with you all about this, and you obviously didn't say this, so I want to be clear. It's attributable to me, but I am extremely disappointed in Arundel Medical Center, which has the capacity in the parking lot next door to this facility, you know, to allow us to use it more for what's really a critical purpose. And the frustration sort of boils over when you look at the general county fund budget, which we haven't gotten to yet in budget hearings, but where we continue to sort of subsidize the costs of some mental health upgrades that they're doing to the hospital, which are absolutely needed. But, you know, when we're entering into partnerships with other agencies, private entities like that, you would hope that it would be, a really good two-way street partnership. And so I'm glad that for the most part, they've been able to work with you, but it is disappointing when they've given you sort of the shutdown. And frankly, I think that if they were willing to work with you more, we might be able to avoid some of this capital expense because you might be able to continue using that facility on a longer term basis. But, if that's the position they're going to take, then I think you have to get this. So if I've misstated anything, please feel free to jump in and clarify. I just wanted to share that because I've seen it firsthand. And to all my colleagues, if you haven't been there, go over and look at it. There's no parking. I mean, it's dangerous. Detention officers are being forced to kind of park and get to and from work, and then other people, inmates, attorneys who visit. I know people may not feel much sympathy for them, but it's a reality of them going and doing their jobs too. So I just think visitors as well. It needs to happen, but I wish that we could have found a sort of more common sense solution. But I think that given the lack of common sense, this is where we have to go. So.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The second capital budget request we have is for the Jennifer Road Detention Center, the lobby renovations. Mike, you wanted to say something?
My apologies for interrupting. We're getting some feedback. There is difficulty hearing in these room presentations, and we'd like to ask if everyone over at detention, please be sure to speak loudly and clearly. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Bill Martin, and the second capital budget request that we have is pertaining to Jennifer Road Detention Center lobby renovations. And Mike Borghese, did you want to say a few words about that?
Sure. Mike Borghese, detention. Our current lobby is approximately 20 years old at this time. It is aging. The cabinetry and countertops are aging and in need of replacement, as well as the flooring. The lobby originally was designed and constructed kind of pre-active assailant. The age of active assailant that we're in right now is very open. There's not a lot of security built into the flow. And this lobby renovation would enhance all of that. It would include enclosing the outer canopy, rooftop canopy to make that indoor usage. It brings the officer station from behind the counters where they currently sit to an actual security station well up front at the entrance of the lobby, much like you see in a courthouse, right next to an upgraded metal detector in an area to process and check baggage and items that are being brought into the facility. It changes the whole flow and direction for traffic with the juvenile reinvestment initiative that's in place, and along with bail reform, our pretrial supervised release population has doubled in the last year or two. And our pretrial supervised release division is run out of our lobby area, so we get a lot of traffic. And the renovation would include directing pretrial clients to a designated area. Those individuals that are coming in for visits, public visits with friends and family that might be detained with our facility, an area for them to sit, as well as attorneys and other professional visitors. It also includes kind of a safe room for shelter in place in the event of an active assailant incident, complete with ballistic resistant drywall and a station whereby they can communicate and call for help and lock themselves in an area to shelter in place, which we don't have. So there's a lot of security measures that are included with this lobby renovation project. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question from Mr. Volke.
Always. Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volke, District 3. So to follow up on that, I think you all had originally been allocated in last year's capital improvement program ongoing funding each year of $250,000 as part of a multi-year funding, sort of just continual addressing backlog and maintenance issues. It looks like the additional $340,000 allocation, is that what is the Jennifer Road upgrade, if you will, that we're talking about? Is that kind of the cost for that project?
Patricia Moore from Detention. Yes, that is part of that project.
Okay, thank you. And so what other upgrades are you planning to do with the already sort of considered $250,000 that's in the ongoing sort of capital improvement program each year?
Patricia Moore from Detention. We have several projects like floor repairs that we need to get done, and carpeting, that kind of thing that we usually put into that $250K.
Okay, and so then again, just to follow up again on, it's a tight fiscal year, looking at the programs that you were expecting to do, and then looking at what sounds like it's really a necessary at this moment project to be done, because I agree with you, it is a very open, exposed area there in the detention center. Would there be any possibility that any of the maintenance projects you were expecting to do could be pushed to a subsequent year because they're not quite as sensitive as the Jennifer Road lobby renovation, which would then allow for maybe a little bit less allocation to this year, but still allow for that general detention lobby to renovation to be done?
Patricia Moore, Detention. We would need all of that money for the lobby because it did come in over budget. So there's very little left for those other projects that we normally do.
I see. Okay, so the $590,000 that's being allocated by the county executive is actually the $250,000 plus the extra $340.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any further questions for detention at this time? I'm not seeing any questions, folks. So thank you so much for your presentation today. And you may very well get follow-up questions from the council or Madam Auditor as we move through the budget process. So thank you for taking time today to be with us in these extraordinary virtual remote meetings.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll transition now between detention and then moving to our last presentation of the day with Recreation and Parks. So we'll just take a moment to bring those folks forward, and then we'll get started on our last presentation for this afternoon. Good afternoon, Ms. Lays. I'm trying to determine when all your folks are here. When you feel like you're ready, I would appreciate if you'd introduce your staff that's here with you today. And I just want to let everyone know that Beth McCoy is the budget analyst, and she's with us. And Mr. Trumbauer is in a waiting room somewhere ready to chime in if need be. So you have the floor, Ms. Lays. So thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and County Council members. Jessica Lays, the Deputy Director for Recreation and Parks. And today I have with me Erica Matthews, who is our Chief of Planning and Construction. And we're going to run through our operating budget first and take some questions. I'm going to try to do that as quickly as I can, as we have a lot more capital projects than the other departments that went today. Erica will give you a project detail on our FY21 request, and then we'll take questions on the capital budget. I also have some of my senior staff in the waiting room in case if you have any specific questions about departmental operations or information that I cannot answer. I'm going to follow the budget book in my presentation. So if you could open your operating budget book to page 235, that's the where I'm going to start. I'm really, really excited to use the FY21 budget process as a vehicle to communicate our new mission statement for the Department of Recreation and Parks. Our mission statement in FY21 is that we will provide opportunities to enjoy life, explore nature, and restore health and well-being. This is really important to the department as we re-image who we are and what we do. This was a collaborative effort of our staff at Recreation and Parks, as well as our Recreation Advisory Board, in which we reached out to everyone and we asked them, what do you think it is that we bring to county residents? Our vision at Rec and Parks is that we can enrich the lives of all of the residents of Anne Arundel County. Through that process, we also came up with some core values and an easy to remember acronym, REST, R-E-S-T. It will remind us on a regular basis of what our priorities are: to be responsible, enjoyment, service, and teamwork. It's an easy way for us to remember what we should be focusing on, especially in today's environment when we have so many competing priorities and sometimes get pulled in different directions, to ground ourselves on what is our mission statement and what should we be doing on a day-to-day basis. With that said, also on page 235 is our accomplishments and our objectives for the upcoming year. Many of those are capital budget related, and I'm going to wait and let Erica run through where we are in the status. But a couple that I want to point out as far as accomplishments are Hancock's Resolution Visitor Center is finally under construction. It's a beautiful building, looks like a barn out there, and I highly suggest that all of you take an opportunity to go visit it once we open this summer. In addition, in the current fiscal year, we've been fortunate enough to acquire 3 properties that I would like to mention. First and foremost, the Forney property, which is a farm that's adjacent to the Bacon Ridge Natural Park. We also acquired the Wellens property in South County, which will be our future home of our Deal Community Park. And we've acquired the Quiet Waters Retreat, which was 19 acres along the South River as an addition to our Quiet Waters Park. All 3 of those are huge accomplishments for the department this year. Going into next year, one of the things I want to point out that we will be focusing in on is updating our long-range plan. That's the Land Preservation, Park, and Recreation Plan that we do every 5 years. The purpose of that plan is to give us a guideline for acquiring property and developing our future programs and services. It is a needs-based assessment of our residents in the Anne Arundel County through input, things like resident surveys and public meetings and demographic analysis, so that we know what the needs are, where those needs are, and where we should be focusing our dollars and our efforts. Essentially, it's a roadmap for recreation and parks, and you hear us refer to it very often when we're questioned by community members or people outside the county government on why we're doing something. How do we pick what comes first? And a perfect example of that is in 2017, when we did the last long-range plan, pickleball was not a hot topic item in South County. No one was even saying the word. So it's not really in our needs assessment. But today, if you were to survey residents, you're going to hear words like pickleball that weren't really important 5 years ago. So it helps us kind of guide, what are people doing? What are the trends in recreation? What are the things that residents are looking to have as far as facilities and assets? So we'll be in the process of updating that for calendar year 22. The other thing that we will be focusing in on this year is taking an assessment and evaluation of that new property that I just spoke about in Quiet Waters, to figure out what is the best use of that property and what will be the future implications and infrastructure changes that we will make on that property. With that said, I'm going to turn over to the next page, 236, which is just your comparative statement of expenditures. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here. I just want to point out we have 3 funds at Rec and Parks. Our general fund, which we're requesting $27.6 million. That's about a 3% decrease over the current fiscal year. We have our child fund, which is an enterprise fund, fully supported by revenues that are collected as far as fees for the services. And then this year we have a new grants fund, which is simply a placeholder for COVID-19 related funding that we may receive. I'm going to go into the details on all 3 of those in the subsequent pages. The next page, 237, is just our summer budgeted positions and our performance measures. The highlights on that page is that we have 114 full-time positions. This year, there are 3 new positions in which I will detail out under the bureaus. But in addition to those 114 full-time positions, we have a huge temporary seasonal workforce that sometimes is overlooked when we talk about what we do. In the Child Care Fund, we have about 350 temp seasonal employees that help us with our school-age childcare and our summer programs. And then on the rec side, we have a lot of temporary seasonal employees that backfill programs, activities, as well as summer camps and things that we only do for a portion of the year. It's part of the reason why our personal services takes up more than 60% of our overall budget. Our first bureau to dive into is on page 238, and that is the Director's Office. The Director's Office is made up of the Director, Deputy Director, our Rec Administrator, and our Prec Administrator, as well as our Marketing Division, our Capital Division, and our Business Office. This budget is $3.4 million, primarily in personal services. And the only differences or increases to mark on the FY21 request is that we have added $25,000 in supplies and materials for one-time money for event planning and marketing. This is primarily due to Quiet Waters celebrating its 30th anniversary, Jug Bay having an anniversary this year, and the opening of our golf course at Eisenhower. These are considered one-time funds because these are big events that we have coming up, and we've only requested the funding for this year. The other item to note is just the reduction of $154,000 in grants, contributions, and others is due to those community grants that were placed in the department that will now be managed by Community Development Services. So there will be a competitive process through ACDS in which outside nonprofits apply for grants, and ACDS will hand those grants out versus them coming through the department now. On the next bureau on page 239 is our Recreation Bureau. This division includes our recreation programs, our athletic programs, and our athletic facilities. The $8.6 million budget supports 2 swim centers that has about 300,000 swimmers a year, 2 rec centers, and 2 ice skating rinks. Our athletic programs serve about 30,000 youths and 6,000 adults, and our summer camps and fun centers in this division serve about 6,000 youths. The budget changes for FY21 is the request of a new full-time position as a rec supervisor for the Matthewstown Hyman's facility, as well as some part-time seasonal funding for that same facility. The purpose of this request is to maintain and protect our $3.4 million capital improvement at this park. This park now has 2 pavilions, a playground, fields, and needs the security and the maintenance in order to make sure that that park is fully manned now that it is online. The other increases that you see in the budget are due to our summer programs. As you all know, the school system now opens after Labor Day, so we've extended our summer programs so that we have coverage through the end of August. This is a topic that we talked about last year and we tried very hard to roll out, but this year we have put it into our program guide, and we have had a lot of interest in having coverage both on the camp side and the child care side throughout August. I'll remind you that all of these additional expenditures are fully paid for by those that go to camps through their camp fees and their summer program costs. On page 240, we have the Parks Bureau. The Parks Bureau is responsible for maintaining and operating our award-winning park system. We have over 130 parks and natural resources in Anne Arundel County. We have an impressive 12,000 acres of parkland and natural resource lands. We have about 115 miles of trails throughout the county. And as we have seen during this COVID virus pandemic, these trails and these parks have become essential for every resident in Anne Arundel County. This division also houses our maintenance section, in which is responsible for maintaining and upkeeping 71 playgrounds, 200 courts, 350 playing fields, including all of our turf fields, as well as all of our buildings and our structures for recreation and parks. The changes in the FY21 budget request are 2 new positions specifically for Beverly Triton Beach Park. There's a park ranger and a maintenance worker in order to man this park that is coming online this summer. You're also going to hear about a capital project and a shore erosion control project in the Beverly Triton Park when we get to the capital budget. The only other changes in this bureau is the removal of one-time funds that were in FY20's budget to purchase 3 dump trucks, which we are currently underway doing. On page 241, as part of the Parks Division, is also our golf courses. The county has 2 golf courses open to the public. That is the Compass Point Golf Course and the Eisenhower Golf Course. Eisenhower is currently under capital improvements that are nearly completed, and we're anticipating it opening very early in the summer of 2020. The budget that you see before you is just a service level budget that provides the funding necessary to operate those golf courses for a full year or season. Lastly, the Division of Childcare on page 242. Again, this is an enterprise fund that is completely self-sustaining, and the fees are paid for the families in which services are rendered. Our childcare fund operates 40 childcare sites during the school year for before and after care, serving about 2,500 children during the school year, as well as 9 summer sites that provide childcare during the summer months. The changes that you see in this bureau are specifically related to that 9th week that we have added to our summer programs, both on the camp side and this is the childcare side, as well as adding 2 new summer sites for the child care program in the 2020 year. All of the increases are fully covered by the fees that we will charge for these programs over the summer. That concludes my summary of the operating budget for 21's request. I'm happy to entertain any questions you might have on the department's operations before we jump over to the capital budget side, if you have any questions.
Do we have any questions regarding, yes, Mr. Volke has a question on the operating side.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volke, District 3. Hi, Ms. Lays. So I know that you're getting 3 more positions, but then when I went to the very beginning of the budget, it looked like your budget is actually dropping by a pretty significant amount year over year. So I guess my curiosity is what's changing? What's going on? Why is there such a drop? But then you're also getting positions. Where is the cut coming?
Very good question. So department-wide, there is a hiring freeze assumption that's been put in the department in terms of increasing our turnover. That is helping absorb most of the costs of the increases for the new positions. As well as you heard when I got to the Parks Division, we had some large dollar amounts for one-time things, such as the 3 dump trucks that are coming out, and that was close to $200,000. So the combo of those 2 items are helping absorb the increases associated with the new position.
Okay, got it. And then in terms of the hiring, so you had indicated there is the hiring freeze that the county executive has put into effect. If we were to allocate these positions to you for the park so that you have staffing for that, how are you going to be able to hire them given the hiring freeze?
I have full confidence in the exemption process and that I will be able to obtain exemptions in order to get those positions filled sooner than later. All 3 of those positions are very mission critical and public safety for the residents that use those parks and the individuals that are out in the field on a regular basis. So because they're all related to new facilities and they all need to have somebody monitoring them, I believe we would be exempt from the hiring freeze for all 3 of those new positions.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Miss Hare has a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. Just piggybacking off of that, what's the cost implication for next year's budget? Since right now you're using turnover to sort of adjust the numbers downward, what is the cost implication for 3 additional people if we're looking forward to next year, assuming there's no longer a hiring freeze?
So each new position is budgeted at their minimum salary. So the positions that we have, every department has turnover. When somebody leaves, it takes a period of time in order to hire them. Even if you are under an exemption, you still have to take that time to advertise and hire. So normally we have turnover in our department without a hiring freeze. So there's a normal turnover in everybody's department. And this year the hiring freeze increased that number to say that non-essential positions and non-public safety or positions that aren't exempt would not be hired throughout the year. So that's the assumption that has been made from 20 to 21 that has rendered the savings. Does that answer your question?
Understood, but so let's assume there wasn't a hiring freeze. What would this not? So I'm just trying to understand what this implication will be in the future when there's no hiring freeze from a.
So the positions that would be part of the hiring freeze are things that maybe are clerical that go vacant during the fiscal year. Right now, I don't have very many vacancies, but throughout operations, we always have vacancies that may not be part of the hiring freeze. I would put clerical positions in there, maybe some program positions in there. And we also have some savings on our temp seasonal positions that we wouldn't be able to hire in FY21.
Okay, let me ask it a different way. What would the cost of these 3 positions be without accounting for turnover?
I'm sorry, what was that question? Would I be able to hire them without the turnover? Oh, the cost of those 3.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have the individual cost of each one of them. I can tell you that collectively, I believe they were about $150,000 for 3 of the positions, but I can get you the details on each one of those individually, as far as what the budgeted amount was for each one of the vacancies.
Okay, awesome, thanks.
Ms. Fiedler has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. What is the department doing in regards to current COVID implications for before and after school childcare and the potential loss of time for camps over the summer?
So that is a huge challenge for our department right now. So as many of you have heard, we jumped right on board with the essential personnel childcare sites. So we do have sites active right now, providing free childcare for essential personnel. We've shifted a lot of our resources to that initiative. Right now, because schools are not open, we have no school age childcare programs running right now until the schools reopen. There is no program throughout the school year. We have models that we've built for the summer that could be completely contingent upon the governor's guidelines and when we're able to roll back out a recovery plan and whether we will be able to use the school's facilities in the future. So we would like to be fully operational this summer and have all of our camps and childcare sites up and operating as usual, but we are prepared to have limited sites, to have more childcare or camps available with less kids in them, and have some modifications to our existing program. But it is a very fluid situation right now, and until we get more guidance from the state, we really don't have a concrete plan. We have scenarios that we'll be ready to act upon as soon as we get more guidance from the state.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any more questions regarding your operating budget. Did you want to proceed with the capital at this time?
Fantastic. So our capital budget, there we go. So what we have in our capital side for FY21 is a plan that is consistent with that long range plan that I talked to you about in the objectives, while also being fiscally conservative and really being realistic about what can we accomplish in FY21. Our FY21 request on the capital budget is $35.2 million, which includes about $4.8 million of grants or other funding. Specifically, our budget request focuses in on resolving the backlog of renovations and upgrades to our existing properties. Many of you are familiar with the Park Reno capital project. This year, we're requesting $6 million in park reno. That park reno is used to maintain and upkeep all of our community parks, which are in each one of the districts, as well as deal with all the competing priorities in facilities that have been aging and have needs that don't have funding anywhere else. Another request in this budget is to accelerate our Broadneck Trail project to completion with a $7 million request. There's about $800,000 of federal or state money in that request. This is a significant request for our department as we have been working on the Broadneck Trail since 1999. It's been 22 years to get to this point that we will finally be able to say that we completed the plan that we started with. So we're very excited to have your support in that. We also have two new projects in FY21. We have the Deal Community Park, which was the newly acquired property that I spoke about in South County, in which we have asked for $244,000 to study and design that new park. We also have conditional assessment money for the facilities at Mayo Beach Park for future improvements in the budget. I also want to speak about something that's not in our capital budget, but something that's very important to us is a partnership with information technology to modernize our parks and facilities. OIT has been working very closely with the staff at Recreation and Parks to bring Wi-Fi into our parks. It's huge to be able to have credit card payments in our parks, to have better security, and to finally have Wi-Fi that residents can use while they're at our parks. With that said, I'm going to turn it over to Erica Matthews, who has been my recently promoted Chief of Planning and Construction. She's going to provide you some project-specific details. If you move over to your capital budget book, she's going to start on page 77A with the South Shore Trail and highlight to you what their status is and what the changing in funding that we're requesting in 21 is. Thank you very much.
Ms. Matthews, you're muted at the moment, but you can proceed when you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council Chairwoman Pickard and the rest of the County Council. As Jessica indicated, I will be starting on page 77 with the South Shore Trail. Design of phase 2 is currently under design and will continue through fiscal 21 with the construction scheduled for fiscal 22. Our request for fiscal 21 is consistent with the anticipated requests shown in the approved budget for fiscal 20. We are requesting design and land acquisition funding associated with phase 4. Anticipated needs for fiscal 22 are consistent. There are some changes to the out years proposed. In fiscal 20, we anticipated requesting $7.3 million for fiscal 23. We have shifted this to fiscal 24 when we believe phase 4 will be ready for construction. We are hoping to have significant grants funding portions of this project. This month, we will be applying for the Federal Transportation Alternatives Program grant for $2.2 million to be used in fiscal 22 and applying for an additional $2 million in May of 2021 for fiscal 24. The next project is the Greenways Parkland Open Space Project. This is the account where we acquire new property. Our recent acquisitions included the Quiet Waters Retreat, Deal Wellens property, and the Forney property. Currently, we have $334,000 remaining for fiscal 20. For fiscal 21, we are repaying the advance funding for the Quiet Waters Retreat purchase with portions of the money coming from POS. Future years, we will continue to purchase land based on state POS projections plus 5% non-POS expenses and 5% overhead. Facility lighting. This is an ongoing multi-year project to repair, replace, or install new lighting systems for court games and athletic fields within county parks and school properties. By lighting the fields and courts, we can expand playtime, helping to address our current shortage of facilities. This project also helps to serve and update the field lighting to meet current safety standards. This year, we funded lighting the tennis courts at the new Crofton High School, one baseball field at Peninsula Park, one multi-purpose field at Brockbridge Elementary, and two multi-purpose fields at Marley Middle School. We are also completing lighting repairs and bulb replacements throughout the park. For fiscal 21, the list includes two ball fields at Rock Creek Park and one multi-purpose field at Deal Tracy. This request and the project request for fiscal 22 will allow us to complete 2 to 3 field upgrades per year. For future years, we're reverting back to our prior levels of funding of $780,000 per year. This level of funding will allow us to complete 2 fields per year. Recreation and Parks Project Planning. This is an ongoing multi-year project that allows the department to explore the feasibility of potential projects. This project has funded studies for large facilities such as the indoor sports complex and the new aquatic center. It also includes smaller planning efforts such as the repurpose of Odenton Park, the feasibility of new dog park. This upcoming year, we are planning studies focusing on the master plan of Turtle Run, Bacon Ridge, also known as the Forney, Gresham property, and site conditions assessment. We will also be using a significant amount of this money to complete our land preservation parks and recreation plan that is due in 2022, which is a requirement of our POS funding. This project also captures the request for standalone projects that we're asked to evaluate that do not get approved. School outdoor recreation facilities. This project list is forthcoming from the schools, and this year's request is consistent with previous years. This request extends the funding until fiscal 26. The project will include tennis court repairs, resurfacing, fencing, and netting upgrades. It will also include field renovation. Shoreline erosion control. This is one of our projects dedicated to climate control. This project focuses on perimeter protection of vulnerable shorelines. We are striving to combat wave action and increase the water surface elevation. This year, we completed the first phase of improvements in Fort Smallwood. We also completed emergency stabilization at Spriggs Farm. Currently, the design for Fort Smallwood Phase 2, along with the Spriggs shoreline, are underway. This request is consistent with what was predicted in fiscal 20. We intend to construct Fort Smallwood Reaches 1 and 2 as programmed, and if funding allows, construct Spriggs. We are also beginning to design the Mayo shoreline improvements. In fiscal 22, we anticipate the construction of the Mayo shoreline improvements while beginning the design of the Lake Waterford dredging and shoreline project, in addition to the Hancock's resolution. Fiscal 23 would include the construction of Lake Waterford and Hancock's improvements. In fiscal 24, we would begin the design associated with the Quiet Waters Retreat shoreline, and construction for that is anticipated in fiscal 26. Park renovation. This is our ongoing multi-year request. Our current backlog is detailed in the supplemental appendix and totals $6.33 million. We are trying to keep up with the growing and aging facilities. We are in the process of completing an ADA assessment of all of our facilities, and improvements will need to be made so that we can continue to provide quality recreational experiences for all members of the community. We also have several properties, historic properties, that we need to maintain. That includes Hancock's Resolutions Farmhouse and Lithicum Walk. This project also provides funding for emergency repair. This year, the Joyce Lane Bridge was an unexpected costly repair. The bridge is critical to the Lifeline 100 bike event, as this is the only safe non-vehicular crossing. We also installed footbridge and Bacon Ridge to accommodate mountain bike users. We also did repair to the culvert under Joyce Lane. Jug Bay's main entrance road washed out. These exceptional tasks totaled $750,000, which was almost a quarter of our budget. Whitman Amphitheater was also completed under this project. Quiet Waters repaving. Failing pavilion at the Annapolis Swim Center were also addressed. When these unexpected events occur, we delay the projected list of repairs, which include park beautification, court repair, striping, fencing, ADA upgrades, expanding usable parking area, and these items get pushed back. Sadly, this has become our catch-all account. Any unsupported request for a new project, constituents' concerns, requests from committees, and others all end up here. As we require more properties and add more infrastructure into our inventory, funding for repairs will also need to increase. This year, we are requesting $6 million to address the backlog and planned projects. In addition to the $6 million shown, we have an additional $2 million of projects planned that are not included. Therefore, in fiscal 22, we are anticipating a request close to $4 million, which is $1 million higher than our normal funding levels. It is anticipated that the request for the out years will return to our prior funding levels of $3 million. Broadneck Trail. This project has gained momentum over the last year. Phase 1A is currently open. Phase 1B from College Parkway to Bayhead is under design. Phase 2 is substantially complete, with the majority of the construction funded by a Transportation Alternatives Program grant. Phase 3 of the trail is currently at 95% design development. We are waiting a final approval from SHA before generating construction documents. Phase 4 is being completed by the Department of Public Works, and it will extend from the Anne Arundel Community College to the B&A Trail. Phase 5 from Bayhead Park to Sandy Point Park is also in design. This last request of $6.34 million with the Complete the Trail. And as Jessica had previously indicated, we've been working on this for 22 years. So this is pretty exciting for us to finally see something this significant be completed. Peninsula Park expansion. The planning study is complete. The park will be expanded to include 2 new baseball diamonds, expanded parking, and an open space area that can be used for multi-field purpose. This request reflects the design money needed in fiscal 21. Once design is underway and cost estimates are completed, a request for construction money will be submitted as part of the fiscal 23 request. Facility irrigation. This is a multi-year program. The full project list has been provided in the supplemental appendix. This request is consistent with previous years and has no change in out years. This budget extends the request to fiscal 26. Fort Smallwood. The design for phase 2 is underway. The funding request for fiscal 21 has been shifted to fiscal 22 to better align with the current schedule, and when we believe the construction dollars for phase 2A will be needed. In fiscal 22, we also hope to begin design of phase 2B. We anticipate moving into construction for phase 2B in fiscal 24. Loopers Park. This project is completed and reflects a refund of money of $332,000 in bond money. Arundel Swim Center renovations. Funding request is consistent with the anticipated request shown in fiscal 20. This is the last installment of improvements as detailed in the 2014 Facility Assessment Report. This phase includes replacing the translucent walls, upgrade to the mezzanine, and other minor repairs. Again, this project would complete everything that was listed in our 2014 assessment report. Northwest Area Parks improvements. This is an ongoing multi-year project that is funded by the Video Lottery Impact Aid money. The full project list was originally stated at $2 million. However, I'm sorry, 3.8. However, $2 million of that was for the Meade High School field, and that's shown in a different capital project. This year, we have asked for $646,000 for Jessup Park various improvements, Jessup Dorsey Park to pave the loop trail, miscellaneous improvements at Matthewstown Harmon, Meade Village, and Province Park. Queenstown Park would receive lighting and parking lot improvements, and Severn Danza would have fence around the soccer field, and we would also add Bermuda. Funding for the turf football field was approved for $2 million. Again, that's being shown under a different capital project. Matthewstown Harmons Park. This project is currently under construction and reflects the refund of unencumbered funding. Excuse me, bear with me, my sheet died. Water access facilities. Current work, we have begun a feasibility study to determine the potential of a soft launch at Greenhaven Wharf, replace one pier at South River Farm Park, and Galesville Wharf decking. Little Patuxent, also known as the Riverwalk Parking feasibility study, is also in progress. We also have a conceptual plan for quiet waters at Harnish Creek. This is a multi-year project that is consistent with previous allocations of $268,000 per year. The funding is to complete the design of the quiet water soft launch, boathouse, and related parking. And additional requests and out years will be determined based on the projects, the completion of these facilities, and any other project identified by the Water Access Committee. Boat ramp development. The marina survey was completed. However, none of the top tier options were viable location. A decision about moving on to tier 2 is still underway. Sally Cove is in the final stages of design, and we anticipate moving into construction this summer. The current funding request is to complete the design through permitting for Sally Cove and to provide engineer guidance during construction. For fiscal 22 to 26, no funding has been requested, but this may change as projects are identified along the Magathie, South, and Severn Rivers. Beverly Triton. Beverly Triton is a standalone project that was completed in accordance with the master plan. The first part of the project is the Beverly Triton Shoreline Erosion Project, and the second part is the actual improvement. Both contracts are currently in design. We had a very favorable public meeting in February of this year. The request for fiscal 21 allows us to continue with the design and permitting phases of both projects and includes the needing funding for the construction of the Phase 1 shoreline and beach improvements. This increase in funding for fiscal 21 resulted from the redesign to reduce amenities in the park while enhancing stormwater management and forest conservation, both above the minimum required levels. We have further expanded the shoreline project. Funding for Phase 2 shoreline project is being requested in fiscal 22. This request also substitutes POS grants for bond. Downs Park Amphitheater. This project is in the final stages of design, and we hope to issue bid documents this spring and be into construction by fall. The request is based on the current engineer's cost estimate to complete the project. Odenton Park improvements. Both projects are currently in design. Phase 1 is at the 60% stage, while Phase 2 is at the 30 to 50% completion stage. We are still moving forward with the design and permitting. The project is still on target for Phase 1 to go to construction for Phase 1 in the November-December timeframe, and we anticipate construction for Phase 2 to be somewhat behind that. The request is the balance of the design and construction money based on current estimates that is needed to complete the project. We have already received approval from POS for the use of $1.5 million of our future development fund allocation to support the project. London Town Parking. The project is under construction. This reflects a reduction in a refund of money to the general county bond. Brooklyn Park Complex. The current request reflects the engineer's estimates for Phase 1 and Phase 2. The fiscal 21 request is the remainder of the design money for Phase 2 and the balance of the construction money needed for Phase 1. This will allow for the design of Phase 2 to continue through fiscal 22, and the request for fiscal 23 is for the construction of Phase 2. Trails resurfacing. Downs Park Trails and B&A Trail resurfacing underway. Downs Park will continue through fiscal 21. This request is consistent with the approved fiscal 20's anticipated request of $661,000. Out-year funding for ongoing surfacing will be reduced to $300 moving forward. Brooklyn Heights Teen Centers, no request for fiscal 21. Additional funding has been pushed back to fiscal 22 due to the current schedules. Quiet Waters Retreat, to complete the land acquisition started under fiscal 20. This request is the balance of the purchase and will be paid using POS funds. West County Swim Center, the planning study is underway with the latest report submitted at the end of April. Over the course of the feasibility study, we have evaluated close to 15 sites. Currently, we have a conceptual floor plan and a cost estimate. Our next step is to review the recommendations in the report, meet with the stakeholders, and if a viable option is present, move forward with the design using the previously approved funds. At this time, we are requesting no design money for fiscal 21. We anticipate requesting the balance of the design money in fiscal 22. With a firmer design and site-specific cost estimate, we will request the construction money in the later years. Up next are two new projects, the first of which is the Dale Community Wetlands property. This project proposes the design and construction of a community park on the 12 acres along Maryland Route 256. Facilities will include, but are not limited to, pathways, picnic pavilions, a sand volleyball court, playground, restroom, and possible court games subject to the public master plan process. Funding is in the design of the improvements. Once the program is determined and cost estimates prepared, additional funding will be requested in the out years. Mayo Beach renovations. This project will fund the design and construction of improvements to Mayo Beach in accordance with the new master plan. It also includes renovations to the building and infrastructure within Mayo Beach on Honeysuckle Drive. The request for fiscal 21 is to complete a conditional assessment report and help to prepare the scope of work and cost estimates for buildings and infrastructure renovation. Once the program is determined and cost estimates prepared, additional funding will be requested in out years. The next project is the Rec and Parks Closed project. There is no request this year. B&A Trail, there's no request this year. Construction will be completed with prior allocation. Hancock's historic site, the project is currently under construction. No additional funds are being requested. Dairy Farm, no request for fiscal 21. Turf fields and regional parks, no change in allocation. We're not requesting any money this year. V&A Ranger Station, the project is complete with no request for fiscal 21. Millersville Tennis Center, the request for proposals for a partnership for the construction and operation of the facility has been approved. The next step is to write the bid document. Our goal is to have a partner selected by October 2020. At present, we are 60% complete of the design associated with the outdoor courts, parking, and related amenities. No request for funding is anticipated for fiscal 21, is being requested for fiscal 21. Downs Park improvements for paving. Funding requested this time is none, as all of our park paving was combined under P578900 to allow greater flexibility. The same applies for the next project, the B&A Trail resurfacing. Randazzo Athletic Fields, we have received the bids and are within the approved budget. At this time, we are not requesting any additional money. Eisenhower Golf Course, we have no request at this time as the site is under construction. Hot Sox Park, the project is currently in design. There is no request for fiscal 21. We anticipate constructing the park improvements with prior funds. The budget for out years may be adjusted if additional funding is needed. Cars Wharf, no request for fiscal 21. The project is currently under construction. The Glen Burnie Ice Rink, the FY21 request reflects the construction money needed to complete the project based on current cost estimates. I also have one last project that we need to discuss that's located in your C-class budget. And if you refer to page 3 of your C-class, it's project C, as in Charlie, 443400, the Agricultural and Woodland Preservation Program. This is one of our several tools employed by the county to preserve land. This capital project provides funding for 3 county and state programs available to landowners who wish to preserve and protect their farms and forest land from future development while continuing to own the land. To date, 153 landowners have chosen to participate. Over the next several months, 3 additional farms will be preserved through this fund, adding an additional 300 acres to the 14,000 acres already protected. As we presented to PAB, continuous funding of the project shows prospective landowners that the county is committed to farm and forest preservation and enables the department to accept and process additional applications. Therefore, the fiscal 21 request is appropriate. And that completes all of our capital projects.
Thank you. I'm sure we have lots of questions. So I see Mr. Pruski has indicated he has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jessica Lays and Erica. Congratulations on your, I guess, promotion position. I've worked with you at work park meetings and other things, and it's great. So I thank you for everything.
Thank you.
I just want to talk. Make a comment and then I guess the question overall. As you know, Jessica, I've said this on several occasions. West County, I think, has been forgotten in a lot of the budgets in prior years because of the growth. And certainly, I appreciate the work that's going on to renovate the parks that we have. But I think the ongoing concern is the parks that we don't have. We're buying a lot of land in other areas. Dairy Farm, there's been no regional park added. There's no additional property besides Bacon Ridge. So when you talk about the vision that you all are working with your department, is that something that's going to be included? I'm trying to understand here what we can do to kind of purchase some property for future park space. Because as you know, particularly for my area, I have people being denied services where other areas, they have enough fields. Like I don't have enough fields. So I'm just trying to figure out like what is the plan for Parks and Recs to address that, and then water access as well. We have very few rivers in our area, even though a lot of things drains into them. But Valentine Creek was mentioned as a possible, water access point. Also, Route 3 Crofton, the new development that was put there. I don't see that in the budget at all. So I know that's just general. There's a lot thrown at you. Understand the swim center that's going to be pushed off because of this virus, but I'm just thinking long term. This might be a good time to buy some property. So just wanted to get your comments on that.
Thank you. Jessica Lays, Rec and Park. As I had mentioned with our long range plan, Mr. Pruski, you're absolutely right. Your district has boomed in population. And when we go through that long range plan and we look at the demographics and we see where the populations have grown, that's where we start to look at where are the needs from the perspective of parks and services and programs. So I absolutely expect our next long range plan to show your areas being one of the ones that have grown the most in the last 5 years. We are constantly looking at properties. People bring properties to our attention. We go out and look for properties in different areas for future parklands. It is a balancing act of what we already have and the monies we have to maintain our existing facilities versus bringing new facilities online. And as you know, those new facilities take years to purchase property, plan, and push out something. We hear from each one of you individually as well as your constituents about the needs that are out in the districts. And we try to meet those to the best of our ability. I can say with full confidence that right now we don't have a lot of POS money because we have used a lot of it in our most frequent acquisitions. So we are not planning on any large purchases in the next fiscal year. We are still studying a location for the West County pool, as well as locations for indoor sports complexes. We tend to do studies where we go out and look at different areas for different needs to see if the property we already own can be fitted for an indoor complex or multi-use fields or a passive recreation. So we are actively looking at all of our inventory as well as increasing our inventory to better meet the needs of the community. Erica can probably speak a little bit more detail to the water access. Water access has been an issue in the county. We did a water access study, which has taken a very long time to look at what do we already have and where areas that we can put soft boat launch ramps in areas that are financially feasible. So unfortunately, some areas do cost us more. So we do tend to move quickly on the ones that we can knock out that are a little less expensive, have a little less work involved with them to get the best bang for our buck and get something out into the public sooner than later. But we do try our best to make sure that we treat the entire county fairly and that we look at where the needs are when we are allocating our funds and requesting our projects.
Councilman Pruski, during my commentary, I mentioned that we have started the study of the Riverwalk, which is the parking area that will be constructed off of Route 3 in Crofton. We have the feasibilities. That's the property. It's heavily covered in wetlands, and so we're just trying to make the best of it. Hopefully we'll have that completed in the near future. And I do believe that we've reached out to the neighbors in that area, and there is a stakeholders committee also associated with that.
Thank both of you. Thank you.
I see Mr. Volke has a question, and Ms. Hare, I see your hand as well, so thank you. Mr. Volke, you have the floor.
I'm happy to defer to Ms. Harrison. She's got to raise her hand and I have a flag.
Okay, Ms. Hare, you've been allowed to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In full disclosure, my children took the flags and are running around the house playing with them, but they're quiet, so I'm going to let them do that while I raise my hand instead. So I just have two questions that I think are pretty quick. The first is, I know you mentioned on page 79 the field lighting, and I know you listed off a couple, but I'm wondering if you could send us the full list of fields that would be getting lighting. That would be super helpful. And the second question is on Beverly Triton. And this is, so we talked about this a little bit last year because there was about $5 million appropriated. I had put in an amendment that was not successful to shift some of that funding out because I was concerned we really couldn't even spend the money last fiscal year. And if I look at the page here now, page 94B, it looks like we actually have only spent a small portion of that. And now we're asking for more this year. So leaving aside the fact that it looks like the budget is doubling, can we even spend that money this year? We're trying to pinch every penny possible. Would it make sense to shift some of that out? Since it looks like we still have several $1 million that we have not yet actually outlaid for that project.
So let me start with the facility lighting question. Jessica Lays, Department of Rec and Parks. We will certainly get you a list of the projects that we completed in this current fiscal year, as well as the projects that are on the to-do list for next fiscal year, so that you can see where all of those are. I would defer to Erica Matthews on the Beverly Triton Beach. I know, Ms. Hare, you were at the community meetings, and part of the estimates on Beverly Triton were heavily influenced by the community and the additional needs of the community that have increased the cost of that project. Erica will give you more details about the timeline and the expenditure, but I can assure you that the project increases are specifically due to public input and the things that the community wanted to see the department do out there at that park. Erica?
I know it sounds sort of counterintuitive, but based on the response and the feedback that we got at the community meetings, we had to go back and do some additional design that was to further enhance the forest conservation higher than the levels that were required. We also enhanced the stormwater management, and we relocated a couple of amenities just based on the public feedback period. The request this year is for us to just get ready to go to construction. We hope to have both projects out to bid this summer. So that's what that request reflects. The request for fiscal 22 is to continue with the shoreline stabilization, which that came up in several meetings that, we were fixing a piece of it now. What were our plans to move forward? And this request reflects our plan to move forward with the rest of the stabilization.
Okay, thank you. Jessica Hare, District 7, just one quick follow-up on that. So the meeting that we had just a couple, maybe it was 2 months ago at this point, was only, I believe, a 60% design meeting. But you're saying even though that was only 60% design, you're going to have this project out to bid midsummer?
Yes, our project is currently in the last phases of design and permitting, and we hope to have all of our permits here soon and out to bid this fall, this summer. That's the goal.
And with that, you'd be able to spend not only the money that was unencumbered so far, but an additional 1.7 million in this fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. Ms. Matthews, thank you for that excellent overview. I think that was a really good run through of a lot of stuff. A couple questions on some things generally, but I want to start with kind of the big one for me, which is Fort Smallwood Park. So last year that project was pushed out, and the rationale for the postponement was due to schedule. It just didn't kind of fit. It looks like we're in that same spot again this year, that we're getting pushed out because of due to schedule. It just doesn't somehow fit. And I noticed the corresponding amounts of money for what would have gone to Fort Smallwood Park are showing up for new projects in other parts of the county. So I guess I'm just curious kind of where this project falls in the hierarchy, because it had been in the capital improvement program for a lot of years. It had a good amount of money going to it, and it looks like we just keep getting pushed off year after year. And I'm trying to understand if this is a pattern or what's kind of going on here. So any insight you can offer, I would appreciate, because I know my constituents are going to ask the question, why is it that we've been shoved off another 2 years now in light of some changes in terms of the direction of the county?
Erica can answer this question, as I know she was out there as recently as this week looking at exactly what's going on out there. So Erica?
So Fort Smallwood, we just got another POS appropriation for the project. It's just been approved actually this morning from the state. So that's good news. We are moving forward with Fort Smallwood. Fort Smallwood has some unique challenges out there. We were full steam ahead on phase 2A, which was the concession stand and the new maintenance building. While we were going down this train of the process, we got additional comments back from the Maryland Historical Trust requesting additional archaeology studies. This has stalled the project because now we're moving into a more enhanced review of the site. We have the consultants on board. We've completed the concept. We're in about a 60% design on this, but we've kind of slowed down the design just a little bit to collect and regroup based on the archaeology and the POS comments that we've gotten to date.
I can also add to Erica, one of the OIT initiatives that we're doing is focused on Fort Smallwood. So they were just out there this week to look at, well, we're out there doing construction and improvement, how easy is it to bring fiber into that park? So Fort Smallwood is one of our priorities on our OIT initiative in bringing fiber, because we're already breaking up the ground. We're already headed in there. We are constructing new buildings, and we think that that would be a great model of future parks and Wi-Fi in the parks.
Okay, great. So that kind of confirms for me that this is still a priority. That's the important thing that I want to know, is that I'm not getting kicked off with this park because it's not a priority, because it's pretty big. I have more questions, but I'm happy to wait if other people want to go.
Sure, I might ask a question since you're giving me the opportunity, Mr. Wilkie. I've had many meetings over the course of my term with Rec and Parks about our desperate need for fields and lighting, and we're very grateful for the lighting going on at Marley Middle. So thank you, Erica, for meeting with me. And I'm a little. I know this is a pandemic and all that kind of jazz, but I have to echo what Mr. Pruski said. I need fields, and I will continue to advocate for fields. We have land that the county owns that could be used for multi-purpose fields and passive rec. We're also losing a park in my district because we're getting a middle school. But I will continue to advocate. I know there's also some conversation about acquiring some land adjacent to a current park in my district. So I don't know where that conversation is, but I've seemed to have been on all sides of it at different times in the last 6 months. So any opportunities for District 2 for the Old Mill, Glen Burnie, Parkland, not only additional space, but improvements to fields we already have. I mean, that could go a long way with just lighting. So I'll be looking forward to seeing that facility lighting plan. So any thoughts about those two clusters and adequate field space?
We definitely hear you, Ms. Pickard, and we have been working very closely with you to identify some fields and put lights on fields and try to make them more usable in the future. Fields are a hot commodity right now as our youth sports just completely boom. We all have needs for fields, and we've been looking at the future use of park areas that is flat enough to put fields on. We've got projects in which we are going out and updating our existing fields to make them better. Obviously, the lighting project is an example of where we can put lights on an existing field. In some of your districts, we've looked at fields that are not county owned that perhaps we can partner with to put organizations on there. So we have been working very hard to try to find solutions to the field requests coming from pretty much all of you in your districts. Erica, do you have anything to add to that specific to District 2?
Other than we can get you the field lighting list, and then I can take a look at some of the improvements that we have slated for the Reno list and give you an update of what we have planned for District 2.
That would be great. Thank you so much. But as I hear from my constituents and my youth sports folks, you'll continue to hear from me. We don't have a regional park in my district, nor do we have a county-owned turf field anywhere in my district. Our youth sports are very much at the mercy of high school fields and other things. So we are always competing for field time and field space, and we don't have a lot of lit fields. I've never lighted lit fields. It's a huge priority. So thank you for working closely with me and always helping us out. Mr. Volke, you can ask your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volke, District 3 again. Okay, so picking up kind of where I was going to go next, which is you'd mentioned Greenhaven Wharf, which I'm really happy to hear about under the water access facilities, and that's one that we've spoken about. It sounded like that was in discussion. Is that in progress? Is it going to be in progress this fiscal year? What's that look like in terms of status?
So Greenhaven Wharf is currently, we're funding that out of fiscal 20 budget with the money that we kind of have left over.
Okay.
I have the proposal. I think I've just approved the proposal that we got and sent it back over to DPW for further processing.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Moving on to boat ramp development with Solly Cove and what's happening over there. So Ms. Lace, you've gotten my long emails about the road conditions over there at Solly Cove and the boat ramp and what's going to go down there. I'm excited for the facility. I think it's going to be really cool. My concern is there anywhere that we can find to make sure that people getting to that facility, which is going to be great for the northern part of the county, to have some water access at least, to make sure that that road is really, really accessible for them? Because I've been down there. I went down in my little Hyundai Elantra and I was bouncing around. You know, my son's in the back seat. Thank goodness he was in a car seat strapped in, because there are a lot of potholes. It's not in great condition. And so I have concerns that the county's spending a lot of money to put in a nice boat ramp down there that then access to is going to be limited. And it may not get the use that it should get as a really nice county asset. So I know you mentioned to me, and you did respond about some millings and maybe some additional gravel work that can be done as the construction proceeds. But I do think at some point we really need to be looking at paving that road. And I know that's an expensive endeavor, but we're putting a lot of money down there. So I think we need to make sure it's in usable shape. So anything you can add to that, I appreciate.
We will continue to evaluate that road and access to the improvements that we do down there.
Okay, thank you.
Definitely, I want to follow up again. Ms. Pickard, my friends over at the Board of Education reminded me that we will have more fields in your district with the old mill complex that's rolling out as well. That's a big part of the turf fields in the future. I know that's not in the near future, but it is definitely something that is in the works in District 2 as far as our turf field models.
And that is fantastic, but that's probably 10 years from now, if not more, closer to 12. So that's a whole generation of youth athletes from now. So it is, you know, we see Bell Branch, we see Kinder Farm, which we don't have access to, you know, it's a thing.
Noted.
Ms. Fiedler, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. You ran through the shoreline erosion projects with regard to Spriggs Farm. Where exactly, if you don't mind repeating, where is that project and what in this budget, where would that project go in this budget?
Erica, you're muted.
Sorry. Okay. The Spriggs Farm project is currently at about a 70% completion of the design. We got additional feedback from DNR, and there's additional archaeology work that needs to be completed out there as well. We anticipate having to do some sort of mitigation. We're working with OPZ, Cultural Resources, to get that done. The design, again, is at 60-70%, and we hope to get that under construction with the money that's already allocated for fiscal 21. That's part of the request, along with the Fort Smallwood phase 2 and phase 3 improvements.
Okay, thank you. And the erosion event that took place was, I think, about 2 years ago, a year ago, and it was such a drastic event that it started encroaching upon private property next door. Has that been mitigated and stopped, to your knowledge?
Yes, that event was addressed. We would, I think I mentioned that we did pay for that out of this shoreline project. That was completed, I think, last calendar year, but within this fiscal year. And we've also included that any additional work or touch-up work has been included in our design moving forward. Right now, that property is stable.
Thank you. I have one more question, but I'll defer to my colleague, Mr. Volke. I know he has more.
Mr. Volke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to turn to the Millersville Park Tennis Center a little bit. So that was the subject of intense debate last budget cycle, and the county put some amendments in, or the council did, on what was allowed to be used with the money and things like that. And then unfortunately, the Tennis Alliance, and I saw some of the communications back and forth, elected to no longer move forward as a partner. And I think that was a product of some of the things that they felt that the county did or didn't do. So I'm not trying to cast aspersion on either the county or the Tennis Alliance. The reality is it broke down. My concern is one of the key drivers for this entire project, almost $8 million in funding, was, or a little over 7, was that the Tennis Alliance was going to come in and we were going to allocate funding up front. They were going to do fundraising on the backside. They were going to make up a lot of money that we otherwise wouldn't have to spend, and we were ultimately going to get money back. Plus, they were going to operate the facility. Given that the Tennis Alliance is no longer sort of in the fold on this project, and therefore the additional money is not something that we're looking at, we're sort of going it alone with whatever partner we can get who can operate the facility, but we're going to have to shoulder the entire cost of sort of building this facility, is what it seemed like. If I'm wrong, let me know. But I guess my question would be, given that a lot of the assumptions that were there are gone, would this money not be spent better doing an indoor sports facility, doing something like what Councilman Pruski or Chairwoman Pickard were mentioning about some fields? I mean, I'm just not quite sure how this anymore does what it was intended to do. And in terms of the expended funds that I'm looking at on, I guess it's page 111B, I mean, it looks like we're, I don't know, somewhere a little over $1 million expended. I don't want to say not that we shouldn't do it, but I also don't want to spend good money after bad. So that's what, if you all could give any insight on that, I'd appreciate.
Absolutely. Jessica Lees, Rec and Park. So you are absolutely correct. Our partner in the Millersville Tennis Center, through multiple communications, both parties agreed that it was just no longer a good partnership. Our first strategy in that is the same model, where we would RFP for a new nonprofit partner that would finance, construct, and operate that tennis facility. So nothing would change. There would be no additional county funding for that. We would bring a partner in that would fully finance and construct and ultimately operate, maybe through a third party, but operate the facility. There are plenty of people out there, and I can tell you that the moment we announced that the Tennis Alliance was no longer our partner, several other organizations stepped forward wondering how we were going to move forward. So our first strategy is to replace that partnership with a very similar partnership with another nonprofit or another company that will come in and provide those same services, financing the project or the indoor facility, constructing the indoor facility, and operating the programs for the entire facility. To the extent that we can't find that partner, we would have to come back down to the council to discuss any other options, whether it is putting a different model together or financing it ourselves or not building the facility. We would have to come back down to the council and talk about other options. But I feel very confident that through the RFP process, we'll be able to replace that partner. Part of the reason the RFP process is taking so long is that the county doesn't have a very strong past with private-public partnerships. It is a wave of the future where a lot of county entities and government units are looking for a third party to come in and help them with exactly the situation, financing something and building it for us because we don't have the money allocated for it. So we're kind of navigating new territory, and we're using models in our other counties in the state of Maryland as well as other states to make sure that we draft that RFP so that we can maximize that relationship and get the best bang for our buck to be able to finish that project as planned. So the only change in that project would be the partner itself.
Okay, and so just to kind of follow up on that, I guess then my question would be, I get that, and that sounds good, and the hope would be that somebody else can come in and make up that revenue. Does this still fit into the master plan for Rec and Parks to have a tennis facility in Millersville?
And there's still absolutely a need for a tennis facility in the county. We believe that Millersville is a great site because it's centrally located, and with us having indoor and outdoor courts, it will be a great location for everywhere in the county to access. When we had public meetings, there was a lot of discussion about the types of groups that need that indoor-outdoor facility, and one of the most compelling groups that came to the meetings to speak were young children's group or youth group that are driving to Baltimore Baltimore or to Baltimore County to use indoor facilities because we do not have any multiple court indoor facilities. So I do believe the need is still there. And I do believe the Millersville area is a great way to centrally locate that need so that all of our county can benefit from the facility.
And so kind of backing out from that, I know that your department has been working on an indoor sports facility study to try to identify sites and locations and what should be involved there. And we've had some meetings about that with possible places. With that said, are any of those prospects for indoor facilities, including tennis courts?
Absolutely. So that indoor sports complex study identifies areas that have specific needs like that. The tennis needs, the pickleball needs, the basketball needs, and they're much smaller facilities as far as they are multi-use facilities, not dedicated to one sport, that we would like to sprinkle across the county so that multiple areas have those type of amenities. A lot of the needs in the county right now are still being assessed as far as where should we put these type of indoor facilities, and can we put any of them on property that we already own versus purchasing property for it. So they are similar in nature, but they are really serving two different populations. So the tennis facility is a larger tennis focused facility versus the indoor sports facilities, which are multi-sport and service much more the community needs. And they could be different. So just because an indoor sports facility in your district look one way, but in South County might look completely different, they would be very customized to what the needs are in that specific community that we are looking for.
May I ask another follow-up, Madam Chair?
Sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So do you have a sense of what those would cost? There's multi-purpose facilities that are sort of smaller but more spread across the county as opposed to one large centralized facility in Millersville.
I think I would defer to Erica as far as cost on theirs, but I don't think we've gotten to that point with the study. I think that the study that we completed gave us kind of the different pieces of the puzzle that we would have to put together in order to then quantify what the cost would be. So when we finish a needs assessment and we determine that, a South County Rec Center might have multiple pickleball and maybe a basketball court and no indoor field, that might cost different than what would be in the portion of the county that really needs indoor fields versus courts. So I don't think we have a straight answer to that. It's a Rubik's Cube of what fits into the different locations and what the needs of that community are. But I can certainly follow up with you as far as our study and what we've been looking at so far.
Thank you.
Ms. Fiedler and then Mr. Pruski.
Thank you. These questions are in regards to the Broad Neck Trail. And I just want to say that my district shares your excitement, and I hope you all have an opportunity to drive over here on a sunny day and see how much it's being utilized. I know my little second grader pedaled his legs off for 7 miles a few days ago, and he slept the best night's sleep he has in a while. So thank you. My question is in regards to 1B and 5 of the trail. I know that we were going to need to utilize some land behind business commercial spaces. Has that process been completed? And then with the delay in the current phase, are we going to see future phases overlapping in their construction timeframe? Just to get an estimate on how this is going to roll out time-wise and be completed.
Sure, Erica can provide you all the details on the future in a separate forum, but she can give you a little bit of an overview for your specific question today. But we do have a very detailed plan that we're more than happy to share with you as well. Erica, you're still muted. Thank you.
Councilwoman Fiedler, Broad Neck Trail Phase 2 is complete. The work that you're seeing out there right now is being done by DPW. That's their paving project. I think they told us that they are another 30 days before they're completed the paving. And then we can turn on sort of the crosswalk monitors when you press the button and it tells you you can go ahead across the street, and we can do some of the touch-up work. But we are substantially completed with Phase 2. Phase 1B and 5 are currently in design. We have started negotiation with the owners. So that process is underway. We are reviewing the leases. We have completed the one with the BGE. So it's as best I can tell with my notes from DPW, we have addressed a majority of the right-of-way issues.
Mr. Pruski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to follow up so we're clear. I think Mr. Volke made a comment that the Millersville piece could be a great spot for indoor facility. While that may be a possibility, the community, anytime you involved a project that's a change in scope or whatever else, they should be involved. And I did want to chime in about the tennis center. I know the Department Rex has committed to working with the community on the scope and the size, and I hope that those meetings will continue to occur before anything's done. Because just so everybody has some history on that property, it's a very rural area across from Millersville Elementary, and the exit and entrance is very narrow. There's some neighbors involved. It's near 97. There's some certain challenges that are there. So usually when you get a project, you're like, oh, let's go full speed. But there's been, as a public meeting stated, folks that kind of went back and forth. But I want to be absolutely clear, just because we have property, we don't want to put something there. We need to make sure that the community is involved and work on both sides. And we're working on all our options along that. So I just want to make sure that's clear for the record. Thank you.
Mr. Volke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volke, District 3 again. I want to talk about the Brooklyn Park Complex for a minute. So last year in the capital improvement program, we allocated about $2.25 million for that project, and we're expecting to do another $3.75 this year. That has morphed into about a $7.5 million allocation for this year, with another $7.3 million allocation 2 years from now in FY23. So I'm curious what has changed in terms of the scope of that project that was not anticipated last year, but is now being anticipated going forward.
Erica, can you answer Mr. Volke's question specifically about the cost estimates and the project details?
The project is under design. We've just completed about a 15% design on the process. We've involved the Board of Education. With the real design, the cost estimates have gone up, and it's a little bit more significant than we had anticipated. We're continuing to focus on phase 1, which is the 400-meter track and the multi-purpose field that would be a turf field in the front. Bleachers, parking expansions, storm drain. We looked at doing some increased stormwater management to sort of protect the downstream neighbors, just to be a little bit ahead of some things. We are still working with the Ripken team to get those costs down. It is one of our concerns, and we have gone back several times, and we are reworking that design to sort of bring it down. We've eliminated items, we've sort of phased items, and we're kind of repurposing and reallocating some of the resources. And we're also trying to plan ahead in the intent, and there's some conversation about this site becoming a high school in the future. So we're trying to take that into consideration. So we have expanded it to include tennis courts and basketball courts, which we were using that space for other uses. So we've had to go back and do a little bit of redesign to sort of make everything work so that once it's built now, we don't have to come back and retrofit it to work for a high school as well.
Jessica, to add on to that, you know me very well. I've also asked the Ripken Foundation to come to the table with more money as these project costs have increased beyond our control. That, you know, while Erica is very good at looking at the engineering of the project and what can we peel off to make it more affordable, the department's also been working with the foundation to try to leverage more funds in order to help balance the project costs.
Well, and I guess that's what I'm following up on, because I'm seeing this, it went from last year looking like it was going to be about a $6.5 million project to a $17.5 million project. So this thing has gone up $11 million in 1 year. And I get that you want to be smart about how you're doing this and possibly build it so that it's scalable and you can do more with it in the future. Makes a lot of sense. I just am kind of stunned at the $11 million increase. I'm not entirely sure how the tennis courts and the basketball courts and a couple things like that take it from 6.5 to 17.5. I guess that's my point. It just seems like there's got to be some more going on here, and I'm not clear what it is. So if you need to get back to me, I'm okay with it. This isn't like you have to answer now, but it's a big increase.
But we can definitely provide you our cost estimates as of today. I can tell you that our estimate last year was understated, obviously. And as we have worked more with the design and the planning, that more costs have come to our attention. And therefore now we're reevaluating the project to see how we can make it more cost effective for the county by peeling things off of it and trying to leverage more funds to kind of meet in the middle. But we're more than happy to share the detail with you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions from my colleagues. I will say just, I can't help myself in response to that conversation that just took place. I'd love to see the details and of that project, but I also know that I really do like to see investment that has already happened in other parts of the county finding their way up to North County. We have been ignored for a long time, and I see Miss Lacey shaking her head. So while we certainly don't want to overpay for something, we do need to invest in all corners of the county with Parks and Rec. At this time,
I just want to add, I'm North County too, Madam Chair. District 3 is North County as well.
Well, let's talk about your parks on another day. Miss Lays.
So just in closing real quick, I know it's extremely exciting. I know you all love everything that we're doing out there, and we're trying our best to meet your needs, and we hear you loud and clear. We are here to assist you through the FY21 deliberations with information, answering your questions. We encourage you to reach out to us with those. We're always more than happy to help you and to you more information and to work with you. I do want to close with from Rick Anthony, our director, who has been out on medical leave. He is on the road to recovery, and he is looking very forward to coming back, and just wants to thank you guys for working so well with both Erica and I in new roles through this budget process. We're just very fortunate to have such a great team at Anne Arundel County, and we look very forward to going through this budget process and getting into FY21 and providing you with more support and more parks and more programs as we can. So thank you.
Thank you to both of you for your hard work today. And I know this is a challenging time working virtually, but this is working really well. So I appreciate Erica and Jessica, you being with us today. We're going to say goodbye to the Department of Parks and Rec and Parks and move along here. Is there any other business to be brought before the County Council at this time? Seeing none, may I have a motion to adjourn?
No.
Well,
Volke, so moved.
And a second, please. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries. The County Council is adjourned until 1 p.m. on Thursday, May 7th, 2020. Please continue to check the county website for important information and updates. Thank you, and everyone have a great day. Stay safe.